All right, guys, this is Dreaded Accountability Live. We are at the Elk County Courthouse, and Justin's recording as well. You can see the doctor over here starting his own stream. And this is the Elk County Commission meeting that we're going to today. Well, she looked out the window, but then ran inside real quick. We'll see if we can get in.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and what department, please?
We're here for the commission meeting.
What's your name, sir?
Michael?
And Justin?
Go ahead, sir.
First floor or second? Is it up here? Is this the first floor? Okay. Yeah, Elk County Treasurer's office here. All right. Okay, that's ours. We're gonna get real quick. Let's get ready to start. Deputy Love, how you doing?
Ah, cool. I show it to you, I can't read it. I hope so. Oh, yeah.
It's unfortunate that a lot of divisions aren't going to get resolved before the primary. They'll have to hold a special election next year. You know, folks. It's not always the service of law enforcement. That makes a problem for being sheriff, and they have to hold a special election. Well, I mean, constitutional violations, I'm sure you have been busy. You haven't visited the sheriff about that here recently? Or it's being revised to pay that. You guys don't really know what the
One o'clock, showtime, folks. Okay. Per normal, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask everybody to stand and pledge allegiance to the flag and follow in prayer and have Mr. Russell lead us. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father God, we thank you for letting us be here today and for all the blessings that you give us. Pray that you'll watch over us, guide us, help us to make good decisions, Lord. And your precious name.
Amen.
Okay, we got a little backlog on minutes approvals. We have a couple of them prepared. We need to approve the minutes from June 3rd, June 10th, and June 24th. Assume we need to do them all separately, don't we, Gary? Yes.
June 24th and July 8th.
June 24th.
We don't have the 3rd and the 10th.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
move to approve the previous meeting minutes of June 24th.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the June 24th meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carried 3-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
move to approve the previous meeting minutes of July 8th.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the July 8th meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carried 3-0. Public forum. Anybody?
I'm not familiar with what that means. Do we get time to speak right now? Is that what it means? I'd like to speak.
You have a
That's
small
what I-
lot of time.
Say again.
You give you 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Per person? Where do
Per
we-
person?
Where do we speak from?
Just
Right there.
Right there, you're
Is
good.
that,
Stand,
is that
speak.
5 minutes per person?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, my name is Dr. Justin Spees, and I'd like to bring a couple of things to your attention that are going on here in Elk County. The first one is the county attorney, Gillett, has been lying in court about me and one of my friends about having medical information for someone involved in a trial that we do not possess, never had. She's also said that we put it out online, which again is false because we don't have it, never had it. And she freely lied about that on the Zoom hearing for that case of Robert Walker being unlawfully arrested here. And the only way anybody found out about the medical information that she's referring to is because she talked about it in the hearing. Nobody would have even known had she not talked about it. The second thing I want to bring to your attention here is that your sheriff and his deputy Love, sitting right back there, have brought bogus bullshit charges against me and my friend Michael here for supposedly interrupting the business of people here in the courthouse. They said that the two ladies working across there made statements that we were intimidating those women to stop them from doing their work there. But we have the whole thing recorded. Nothing could be further from the truth. The ladies were nice to us. We were nice to them. We were friendly. In fact, they were bringing us messages. People were calling in on our live stream. They were bringing us messages, being totally friendly. We were joking around with them. So either those friendly, kind ladies across the hall are lying that we're intimidating them, or you got a sheriff and a deputy that'll just pull bullshit fucking charges because they don't.
Sir,
I'd like to rise to point of order.
What is it?
I'd like to call the point of order.
Of what?
I believe on the street the other day, I was threatened with a lawsuit. And I believe once that happens, this should be.
So I don't really care
Sorry,
about that.
point of order, sir, point of order, sir, this is public comment
It is.
period. It's not a period of time for the commissioners to lecture the public. Let the public speak.
I don't really care about any lawsuits that have been brought to you. That has nothing to do with what I'm
Whoa.
saying here. So what I was saying is
Whoa.
either they're.
Point of order, this is the public comment
I have been
Is
period.
it because I
threatened, sir.
said
The
fuck?
commission has opened the
I have
public
been
comment
threatened,
period and you
sir.
must allow
Is
public
it because
comment.
I
Hold
said
on,
fuck?
hold on.
Is it because I said fuck?
Yeah, if we can drop the profanity.
So I can't say fuck? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say you can't.
What other
I
words
just-
can I say? Can I say shit? Can I
Attorney,
say
please
shit? Can I say
advise.
cunt? Can I say bitch?
Good grief.
Could we go ahead, just finish up?
I would have finished what I was saying if you guys didn't stop me because I said fuck. It's a word.
I was just gonna ask you to be respectful of the ladies in the room.
Is that disrespectful?
Well,
One of them left, guys.
You know what I find disrespectful, and I wish you guys would find it disrespectful as well, is that you got a sheriff.
Point of order, address your comments to the
that have
commission.
made charges against me, lied about what I was doing in here and brought charges against me. I find that disrespectful, more so than any word like fuck would ever do. Get some bullshit charges on you and see how that affects you and see if you think that's disrespectful and see if I give a fuck about saying the word fuck in here. The third thing that I wanna bring to your guys' attention, and by the way, we got that whole interaction on video, start to finish. The third thing I wanna bring to your attention, Doug, Commissioner Doug here, is an asshole. He was asked a question by a constituent at the parade, or I'm sorry, by a citizen at the parade.
And you threatened lawsuit on me.
Basically wanted to fight
And you
him.
threatened me
Excuse-
off the
Why are
lawsuit,
you
sir.
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Did you not threaten me with a lawsuit?
Why are you interrupting, not that I'm aware of, but why are you interrupting me?
It's on film, look it up.
So,
You got it on your
what's
phone.
that, hold on a second, Doug, what's that gotta do with what I'm saying?
You need to be dealing with our
You
counsel, Mr. Paul Dean.
specifically did not want to address, he asked you a Fourth Amendment question about this courthouse right here, and you basically wanted to fight him in the street.
I did not answer your
You were
question, sir.
Exactly.
I'm not going to.
You were an aggressive, hostile asshole.
I'm that way.
For a
And I'm not gonna answer your
for a
question
si-
again.
Then why are you, I'm just reporting it right here, why are you getting so defensive about it if you're that way? This should be no news, this should be, hey, that's Doug, man. Doug wants to fight people that say, why don't you
I didn't
support
want to
the
fight
Fourth
anybody.
Amendment? You acted like you wanted to fight him, Doug.
I didn't. Act what you
were a
want, say what you
complete
want. You put your words in my
unprofessional
mouth.
Asshole. You made yourself available to the citizens, and when someone asked you a legitimate question about Fourth Amendment.
What part of Elk County do you live in?
Right here in this courthouse, you immediately turned into.
What part of Elk County do you
an
live in?
Asshole. What part of Elk County do you live in, Doug?
Right here.
What part is that?
2 miles out of town, sir.
2 miles out of town. What part specifically?
You're not a citizen of Elk County, sir.
What difference does it make?
That makes a
Doug?
lot.
Does it really? Does it mean I gotta stop talking, Doug? Is that what it means? Does it mean that I can't
Right,
recognize
5
a
minutes up,
Fourth
Jacob.
Amendment violation? Is that what that means? Is my 5 minutes up? Does that count all the interruptions that I've had as well? Do I get that time back?
I'm gonna give you a little leeway. I'm
Thank you, I
not.
appreciate it. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
just,
And I'll take that time to say here one more time how big of a fucking asshole you are, Doug.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. You're welcome. And I appreciate you interrupting me. I appreciate you wanting to know if I'm a citizen of this county during my time to speak. And I'll repeat, I wish you guys were as upset about fake fucking charges in here as me calling Doug an asshole right now. Appreciate it.
thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Michael, and I'm with Lawrence Accountability. I brought some documents here. You all have received this email, and are you the counsel? Is your name Paul Dean?
Correct.
I'll provide these to you.
Thank you.
I've made core requests, and I've suggested the dismissal of the case against Robert Walker for obvious constitutional violations. There have been no threats made. Here's the core request. And there has been no response to the request for the Sheriff Department's policy manual. And I've been informed that one does not exist, and the commission has actually been asked to purchase one. So if that is in fact true, then I would challenge that we have an issue with your Sheriff's Department lying to people saying that one does exist when they're actually asking you guys to purchase one. Is that correct?
No, sir.
No, they haven't come to you and talked to
No,
you
sir.
about a requisition to purchase one.
We
No,
don't know
sir.
what you're talking
I
about,
don't know what
sir.
I'm talking about, okay. And then the core request that I've submitted for the policy manual should be easily fulfilled if the policy manual does in fact exist. That letter there was sent to Judge Rickey. However, understanding his position, he's not able to receive that letter. And maybe until after the case. But I'm gonna quote from this letter. I am writing you this evening due to serious allegations made by the Elk County Attorney, Gillett, during the July 18th pretrial hearing in the above referenced case. This is 2023 CR 00029, State v. Robert Walker Jr. In her attempt to disguise her own failures to disclose discovery information to the defense, but in also to leverage her office in a scheme of retaliation, Ms. Gillett chose to levy several accusations such as interference with judicial process, jury tampering, and harassing court staff and court officers. Ms. Gillett even took the unusual step of claiming a release of information by the defense attorney, another officer of the court. Now, your deputies back here created an arrest out of thin air, out of a Fourth Amendment violation that you apparently have an ordinance on file for. I've been told repeatedly by your sheriff deputies that there's an ordinance, but nobody can provide that ordinance. I'd like to see the authority that you're using to lock down the courthouse the way you are and not allow entry into the public building. I've made that request a number of times, and nobody's been able to fulfill it. So can you now tell me the authority you have to lock down this building and demand to know the name of the person, the business that they have, and oftentimes even where they're from?
That has been in place for,
I don't care how long it's been in
Well,
place, sir. I need to see
can you
the
answer the
ordinance, I
question,
need
Paul?
to see the authority.
So first, I believe it's put in place by the district court.
Yeah.
The district court has no authority here, sir. The district court has authority over only the
I'm not
courtroom.
here to have an argument.
Your chief judge, I'll just tell you, your chief judge has authority extending to the doors of the courtroom itself. That is proven law. It's been argued in the 7th district already, and Chief Judge McCaughery has had to concede. It will soon be argued in the Johnson County District, and Chief Judge there will also concede. And in this district, you will also concede. Are you just continuing on with business there? You're not even gonna pay attention to any of this?
I'm listening.
I want it to be known that your commissioner, instead of paying attention to important issues here, is actually just working on to other business signing forms that are unrelated to the public's business. You have 4th Amendment violations happening here. As a result, you also have 1st Amendment violations going on here. You have individual police officers assaulting people. You have a deputy here claiming that he's gonna create charges out of somebody's feelings. I demand to know what charges have been filed against me. I've been told by Deputy Love repeatedly that I have a misdemeanor charge of interference with court process or a public process. So I demand to know what charges are filed against me. Deputy, what charges are filed against me?
I'm going to say no comment. It's still an actively investigated case. I can't talk about it.
You told me the other day that charges were filed in the court and sent to Jill Gillett. Is that not accurate?
Then I suppose you'd have to question her.
Is that not accurate?
I just answered your question.
Is that an
Ask her.
accurate statement?
Excuse me, sir, you had some other, the commission has no control of the sheriff's department, separate department, elected officials. They have no interaction with.
Mr. Dean, I'm gonna name them all.
Okay.
Do you understand? And I'm gonna name you with them if you're gonna sit here and excuse them. They're committed. Your deputy
I'm not
here,
excusing anything. What I'm saying is, this body, when you're addressing a public comment, does not have any direct authority over the
Fair
sheriff's
enough.
personnel
fair
or
enough.
their
Some things
conduct
are gonna
or
change
what
around
gets
here. As
filed
I
in
told
the
Deputy Love, I will
courthouse.
bring a camp trailer down here and I will camp out in Elk County. And I do roll armed, so I won't be assaulted or messed with like that. But some things are gonna change down here and you're gonna start treating your citizens with respect. All of them, not just your chosen few. Understand that, and believe me when I say it.
thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
I will be much quicker, I promise you. Obviously, you'll see that I'm only filming myself right now.
Okay.
Not that it seems to matter, and I think that there is a little bit of a tie-in that the county needs to be aware of because of whatever immunity, and if these sheriffs are going to charge me with a crime, like they said they were, and they released those records technically, of standing next to someone, and I was open and admitted about that, then it ultimately, when that case ends up going through, it is going to cost this county. I have all of that interaction recorded. I stood next to my friend. I was open about the fact that I went with my friend just to offer her moral support, and they charged me with a crime. I spoke to no one except for my friend, the lady that was behind the desk, and Deputy Love when he came in, and Deputy Love is on record saying that he has filed charges against me for interference in a public office. I don't talk to anyone. So I just want it to be known that even standing next to someone in this county, trying to do things the right way, I'm not trying to record any of you. I'm not trying to get in any of your faces. But it doesn't matter even if you stand next to them, that they're going to charge you. And ultimately, when that case ends up going forward, it does become a county issue because of immunity, and our county is the one who ends up paying those charges. That's all I have to say.
The law enforcement officers will lose their licenses though.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name is Jonathan Dupuy.
Jonathan what?
Dupuy.
Dupuy, okay.
I went to school, raised in Longton.
Okay, well, I got the other, got Mike, and got the doctor here, so I didn't hear you say your name. Thank you.
Harry, we've never met, but we had a very negative interaction with Doug this past weekend, the other weekend.
Okay.
Carried on. Anything else? Public forum.
It's almost anticlimactic, but I would like to let's say Psalm 4700th verse of my usual stuff. And I lost it because of
Is this your
this is referring to that cloud strike down, digital disaster on the 18th. I'm not sure it affected us that much right here at the courthouse because we're closed on Fridays. But on that Friday, there was major down time with a lot of programs that were connected with Microsoft because they used something called CrowdStrike as part of their security system in Microsoft. So these comments relate to that. Last night's global CrowdStrike disaster points out the internet flaw in using computers at all in our election systems. What if this happens again the night of November 4th? Most of our counties use Microsoft equipment, and if those systems are not accessible, as a multitude of them were not last night, it would cause a complete breakdown of the election. Out of rational caution, which is, I think, what I've been talking about for a couple of years, all the counties should be prepared to instantly switch to hand-counted paper ballots in this event. It's imperative that they have personnel trained to count the actual paper ballots. Any county which relies on ballot marking devices instead of a paper ballot should immediately work on printing a sufficient quantity of ballots for each precinct. It's the prudent thing to do. I don't know how anyone could argue with it given the events of just recently. Please forward this to your county election supervisor as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. I do have 2 or 3 hand counting election processes stored if anybody is interested in looking at those.
Thank you.
NK District Court is the only one that uses the CloudStrike.
Okay, but our state, our whole state
Right,
uses
but-
them, so everything's
But
no deal.
us and everything, if you were concerned about our election.
Thank you. Appreciate knowing that.
Thank you. Okay, anything else public forum? Okay, carrying on, department reports, ambulance, Miss Jillian.
So, we're still talking with US Cellular. I haven't gotten an official quote yet. We're trying to get it a little bit cheaper than what they originally quoted me, so I'll get back with you on that. I have 2 techs that are enrolled in AEMT school starting in August, and in the next semester we'll be coming looking for assistance for one of them at least. I know one's not necessarily interested in signing a contract, but I do have one that is.
Good, good deal. Fraser, the Empire. Yep. Miss Cordell, emergency management.
The week of the 8th through the 12th, I was able to complete my FEMA National Emergency Management Basic Academy in Topeka. That was the one that I have spent numerous weeks working toward. I attended Homeland Security meeting in Chanute on the 16th. The 18th, we hosted the monthly chemo meeting here in Howard. The 18th also held our quarterly LEPC meeting, which is our local emergency planning committee meeting here in Howard. We had a guest speaker from Southern Star and also did a tabletop exercise. The wholesale 23 radio tower, I think everything's moved. It should be up and working. Hopefully it's helping. I heard Moline said it's really helping them. I think we're gonna have some invoice changes. So the total bill on that was $9,500. And I know that we had, in 14 cents, I know that we had asked County Journal if they would cover it and you guys had agreed. I think we have some departments that are gonna chip in some money toward it, so it won't all come out of County General. I'll have that written out, have those department heads sign, and turn it into the clerk this week.
Didn't we also look into getting some of that out of 911?
I don't know whatever happened with that because I don't have control over that budget, and that, I was not looped into that conversation, so I'm
Okay,
not sure.
I've still got I think I've still got the email that says what can be, what the 911 funding can be spent on. So
Yeah. We should be able to break it down, between all the different ways where we're not bringing
Right,
any, if any, it will be very little out of county general.
okay, good.
Not 100% sure how that looks yet, but, I think that's all
The
I have.
majority of that should be eligible to be paid.
Right.
So I think that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Health, Miss Candy.
Yes, I want to invite all of you to a
Party?
Make sense?
free lunch. Free lunch
Hey.
at the Greenwood Hotel in Eureka.
Okay.
Okay? You can scan this barcode here and you can register on your phone right now. if you want to. Okay?
That might be a little beyond my capabilities.
I think I got an email about this.
Okay, all right, good deal. I would.
Just told me to watch my step like I'm gonna trip or something.
Yeah, well, they'll get you, if you're talking to them, they'll get you for disrupting the meeting. I looked at the sign, the DA's office is upstairs.
It is.
Should we just go straight to the source, ask
Let
them
me,
for that citation?
Let me turn this. So guys, we've just done the commission meeting. And they're gonna have an executive session here in a little bit. I wanna stand back in the area just a little bit. We had a good amount of people in here, a little over 100 for a little while. And now we're about 90, but so they're gonna have an executive session here in just a little bit. And they're gonna be discussing things with the sheriff. Justin's got some good footage of him. And the sheriff and the county councilor, Paul Dean, that you saw sitting up front there. Now you notice that Paul Dean does understand a few things about rights because he did step in to control the commissioners a little bit. But next what we're going to do is we're going to head up to the county attorney's office and we're going to try to find out some information about these charges that have been submitted against us, because that's the threat that Joe Love is using. He's saying that it's been submitted to the county attorney, but that's not really the way this works. If they're going to submit some charges, they need to actually give us a copy of that and let us know what we're being charged with. So let me roll up my tripod just a little bit before we. But we're going to have more county commission meeting here in just a little bit. If any of you guys are up county viewers, I'm sure you'll want to stick around. All right, what do we got here? Is this the courtroom? It's a hallway that looks on the other side. District Court.
Hey, how's it going? Good, thanks. Hey, I learned the other day from Deputy Love here that he was charging me with something, and I was just wondering what that would be and if I could get the charging document and any citation that would entail.
I wouldn't have it unless it's check with the county attorney, see if they've heard anything in yet. That'd be the next door over.
County attorney. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, she's behind a buzzer.
Looks like it.
A ring doorbell even.
Hey,
Hey.
how's it going?
We've
Okay. Question. I learned from, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know. He made no reaction whatsoever. I learned from Deputy Love last week that he was charging me with some charge here, and I haven't gotten any paperwork, so I was wondering if I could get the charging documents or citation or whatever that would entail, please.
He told us it was submitted to you. I've been charged as well, apparently.
Yeah, both of us. We'd like to see.
He's told us a number of times that it's being submitted to the district attorney's office. We'd like to know what we're charged with.
Okay, I'll need your names.
Sure.
And
Yep, sure. My name is Justin Spees.
speak.
Spees, yep.
SPI.
I can write it down if you'd like. Would that be?
Okay, one moment.
Okay.
I think she's a little confused, isn't she? I bet there's no charges here.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
Well, the perfect thing is we're gonna find out from her here in just a second.
Yeah.
And then they're still downstairs.
Yep. And so, you think if I write my name here, you could take this and go see if there's some charges there? Is that what
Yeah,
this is?
I'll have to look in the computer and see if
Okay.
if it's been filed yet. If it's not been filed yet, then I don't have access
Well,
to
Deputy,
it.
Deputy Love was pretty clear that he had written it up and given it to you, and there's apparently witness statements and such. This is things we're being told by Deputy Love. We don't know what's going on.
You want me to put your name down, Michael?
Yes, please.
I'll be right back.
My first name is Philip.
Would they know that?
They will. Won't say anything else about my name here. We're on live stream, remember? That phone's ringing off the hook in there.
Okay, so, yeah, I don't know who that lady is. I don't know if she's like...
I think she's probably the assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Ask her name when she comes back.
I'm going to.
I think it's interesting that they have a Ring doorbell, guys, to talk to your district attorney. That seems to be just a little much.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like there's a lot of fear down here and a lot of misplaced fear. Like these people are all scared in public. We can see that the district court clerk's office here does not have all that. They actually have a bell.
All right, you got your names?
Yeah.
All right.
And so,
do you have any
are
ways
you-
for me to contact you?
Are you an attorney? Oh, that's so...
We're
No,
gonna be.
I'm not the attorney. I'm just the
What's your name?
secretary. My name is Jennifer Stark.
Okay, Jennifer, we'll work right here. We need to know this information. We've been told repeatedly we've been charged by the sheriff's deputy, and he's told us repeatedly that he's brought it to this office specifically. So we need to know.
Right.
Just a quick search or something.
But if I mean, if it's not in the computer yet, then I don't have
Ma'am,
access to it.
ma'am, we're living under threat of arrest right
Well,
now, day to day.
That's fine. Would you at least check?
Yeah, I'll check.
Is it something as simple as like you could do it right now, or do you need some time, or what?
Yeah, it'll take a few minutes to
That's fine.
check.
Yeah.
A few minutes is great.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yeah. Right here. Okay, you know, that politeness right there will get us charged.
Well, if it's the wrong person, right? Her phone's ringing off the hook. But no, and this is the courtroom here. Now, see, this is where the judges, well, you can be right here. This is where the judge's authority to restrict filming and things. They can put up signs here and say that you can't go inside there and film. And that's totally appropriate and totally within the discretion of the district court judge. However, as we see here, this hallway is not that. This hallway is an area where public business is conducted. I don't normally do audit style work, but it gave me an opportunity. I assume that's an entrance.
The thing about this though is that it's just, you know, we would have these questions whether we had a camera or not, you know, so we have cameras, but these are legitimate questions. Love said he charged us. We haven't gotten anything. We're here, so we'll just find out while we're here.
Well, and my thing is if we've been charged, it should be easy to find out.
It should.
You know, I personally don't think it is. I personally think he's threatening charges as a means to gain compliance. And if he hasn't actually filed those charges, then that's a direct violation of civil rights to be doing that, because he literally told me and all you listeners watching right now, you all heard him in that video, that he told me we were both being charged and that he had submitted it to the DA. So,
Yep. Yep.
look at the live stream just a little bit. Just a guy having fun in there. How you doing, man? I saw lying just a minute ago.
And either way with Love, it's either, there's no good outcome for him. It's either he's lying and he's a piece of shit, or he's charging us illegally and he's a piece of shit.
Well, and that's just like I said about Gillett. She's in a no-win situation. The only option that she has out of this is one, she can't shoot it. She's going to have to admit some things that she's done. Yeah. See, somebody said there that they saw the video and that yes, he definitely was charging us, and yeah, there was no question about it.
Yep, he even named the statute, and he even said...
Yeah, he has a little statute book that he's carrying around. He's like, here, you're charged with this.
It's like a rent-a-cop, or like a costume set up for a deputy, complete with charging book. He even said that those ladies gave a statement that they were intimidated. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole 9 yards is what
Are
he
they
said.
there? The clerks ladies, are they there today?
I didn't go look because
Maybe they were-
I wanted to find out about this.
Yeah, maybe they were at lunch or something too. But yeah, hopefully we'll find out here in just a few minutes if these charges actually exist. Hopefully in time to go back down and let Deputy Love know what we find out. That's gonna be pretty interesting. So I expect this live stream, guys, we're gonna be going for a little while because we're not taking off here. It's a bit of a drive to get down here. We got a few things to accomplish today, but a few things are gonna change around here about the way the citizens are treated. Some of the horror stories that I'm hearing are just way too much.
I just think it's so damn unfortunate that you just come around like I'm blind and stop.
Miss Gillett, would you and Deputy Love care to comment on what we've been charged with?
There are no comments on any pending or ongoing investigations.
Is
You
there-
guys need to leave the courthouse, and you should not be recording in the judicial areas.
Ma'am, we're
under
allowed to
judicial
record
orders.
here, and I'm sorry that you
We're
don't
not-
understand
we're
that.
not- we're wanting
You're not
to
willing
charge
to
you.
comment on our charges? They're not gonna comment on our charges. It sounds like,
They keep calling it an investigation.
yeah, so it sounds like we are being investigated, in fact. And the idea that we can be ejected from this area is a little insane. We're gonna wait for an answer, because if we've actually been charged with a crime, we're gonna find out today. And there's not gonna be an arrest made. But we're gonna have to fess up, because we're not gonna be levying unfounded charges against people. Because here's the reality. What Deputy Love is trying to say that we did was we interrupted the business of a public employee, and that was at the clerk's office on the day that we had the live. And that's just not possible, and we can obviously prove that that's not the case. So, Ms. Gillett, we'd really like to know what
No
we've been
comment.
charged
I've
with.
told you no comment. Do not harass or stop.
Ma'am, I'm asking you questions. We've been apparently charged with a crime, and nobody wants to tell us what we've been charged with. Why is that? I mean, Deputy Love says we've been charged with 22-50 or 21-5922.
Why are you lying about us in court? We don't have that medical stuff.
You
know it.
disclosed the medical records, not
You disclosed
us.
it yourself, Jill. We don't have it now, we didn't have it then, therefore we never disseminated it, but there you are lying about it right there in court. Is that allowed?
That's
Is that allowed,
a pretty
Jill?
serious
You
You
offense.
guys
just
should
lie.
not be filming
Why
in a
not?
judicial
Oh,
area.
I thought it was a
There are
court.
rules
Isn't-
not to
yeah,
film
the
in
court-
judicial
Yeah,
areas.
this is a
We're not in court.
constitutional right
We're
that
like
you
right
guys
outside
down
the
here are gonna have to
bathroom.
understand.
I've told you I have no comment. If you don't stop
We
following
can
me, I
continue
will
to
charge
ask
you with
questions.
stalking.
You're gonna
We
charge
can
us with
continue to ask
stalking.
questions,
You're gonna
Jill.
charge us with
You lied
stalking.
about us in court. We'd like to know why.
Yeah.
There's
It's a
clear
legitimate
video
question.
evidence that we didn't disclose the records, that you were the one that in fact disclosed the records in open court.
And you lied right there.
And Deputy Love is claiming that we're charged,
You lied to the court.
but we
and
can't
you
produce
lied-
any charges.
Sound disputations.
You lied about us.
Deputy Love just asked
We
her
don't
if
lie
he.
about you, Jill.
Deputy
Why are you
Love,
lying
hey,
about us?
Deputy Love just asked her if she wanted us arrested, and she shook her head no. Did you guys see that? So nobody wants to tell us if we're charged or not.
Well, maybe this time.
Are you gonna wait here? I wanna go downstairs and,
Let's see that.
well, if they're gonna just run out of here, I mean, we've been charged with a crime. I wanna know what crime we've been charged with. Deputy Love keeps leveraging that threat at us. I think they need to tell us what we've been charged with. I think we deserve to know what we've been charged with, don't we?
Yeah, so the equipment's gonna take about I'm gonna say maybe a little over a month to get, so I want to go ahead and get it ordered. And then I told him when I was checking on the truck, we probably take it in 30 days or something.
Okay.
Not something we're gonna take tomorrow, cause it's here for a month before we ever got the equipment back ordered, and so.
You need 54,379.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Move to allow Sheriff Walker to purchase a 2024 Tundra SR5, $54,379.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve purchase of a 2024 Tundra, the amount of $54,379 for the Sheriff's Department. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried 3-0.
Other than that, we don't have anything.
Treasurer, County Counsellor.
We'll start tomorrow, we're going to Phillips case at 10:30.
Been 11. Okay. I'll roll on that.
We'll get that, quick, get that wrapped up. Finish it. And we do need to select one of these bids, so we can proceed on with our next technical closure. We have one from Security First Title. It is $195 per tax ID.
I got the 3 things here talking to each other. I don't know what they're.
Move abstract is, excellent, $125 per tract. Greenwood County title is $50 per tract, which is about $3 higher than the last. So,
The Greenwood County handled it before, Paul.
Greenwood County's handled it before, Greenwood County title has handled it before numerous times. I'd ask the commission to select the lowest bid, Greenwood County title, $50 per tract.
Excuse me, Deputy, you can't quite hear out there.
They're also the same bidder that successful, same price.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded to accept the bid from Greenwood County Title for the next tax foreclosure, $50 per tract, at $50 per tract. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carried 3-0. I will contact.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's all I have to do.
County Clerk?
We need to set the canvass date for the primary election. So, August 15th at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, this is the canvass. August 15th at 10 o'clock.
And if we could get a motion on that.
I move to canvass votes for election August 15th, 10 a.m.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to set the canvass vote time and date for the 15th of August at 10 o'clock in the morning. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carried 3-0. Michelle Campus. Anything else?
No.
Nope. Okay. County Attorney, you have any reports for us, or you here for your?
I'm here for
executive?
I'll have a 2 o'clock executive session.
Okay.
Stephanie, have anything?
No, thank you.
I know.
I'm
like,
She's too quiet. Too quiet. That's not what Rob said.
I cleaned mine off, do you need pardon?
Yeah. I got another pair, I'll try them. Sure.
Yeah, we do need to talk about, invoice.
Did you show them a copy of it?
No, I have not.
Okay, so this is Allen's Carpeting, and this is actually from July 17th of 2022, when the carpet was installed in the extension office. The bill has just now been submitted to us. Really didn't budget for that this year. I mean,
I don't, I feel like we probably, well, how you guys wanna handle that?
Well, I guess if it takes them that long to send us a bill, we have that long to pay them. I don't know, I mean,
Was this an original bill, or was this your late bill?
No, this is, it's just now been submitted, we've never received a bill. I know what it's for now that I read through the receipt and everything.
yeah, I remember.
And I mean, we have to go back and verify that there wasn't anything paid on it, but that bill did come in today, I assume?
Thursday, I believe.
Yeah, so I don't know, I just found out about this morning. So I assume that we're gonna research this and make sure that it hasn't been credited already.
Right.
And then proceed forward with it.
Yeah,
I don't know what else.
I mean, that's all we can do.
My guess is whatever those funds have been budgeted will probably be then carried over as a special.
Well, that all comes out of county general, so I would say no.
Right, well, how much was it? One of them was 45, and the other was 13.
4,500
Yeah.
and 1,300.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I can't.
I don't know.
I-
Not my place to have an opinion, so to speak.
I mean, this is a bid we would have approved, so.
It's
Yeah.
been approved, hasn't it, Rob?
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
But, we need to make sure.
Just make sure.
Make sure we
have
didn't
something.
already pay it once.
Right.
Tom, you know,
It's just,
No, it's not on this fund's bill or anything like
you
that.
think you've not paid it, Carrie?
I don't think we've paid it, but we need to check and make sure, and then we can probably just take it out of county general.
Yes.
Okay, I mean,
And go on. Is what it is.
yeah. Ain't that handy. Okay, old business, real estate, 1285 and Dove Road. Got anything new on that other than we're opening bids tomorrow?
That's just it.
On 1285, we did receive the first half payment on our grant. So the $113,000 and some dollars were received one day last week. I'll be working with SCED to do our quarterly reporting, and then the way that the grant documents read, you have to submit at least 2 more quarterly reports before they'll distribute any more money. So it looks like that would go on in 2025 before we would receive any further distribution on this, unless something, they make an exception because of wanting to close out the grant. Since it has been quite, I think we got it awarded in April of 23. So they would want to have it closed out probably by April of 25. So anyway, we'll see. And then the surveying is completed. And the clearing was done, and we've got the bills for those 2 things. And there were a couple of fire calls made. The guy had a sprayer, but they kind of ran out of water in their sprayer and the fire got away from them. So anyway, but they did get quite a bit of that scrap metal picked up. And anyway, that's about that, I think, on 1285.
You been up there since they got done?
Yeah, I've been
Everything
up
look good?
several times. Yeah, that looks really good. He actually only made, I think he said 2 new brush piles, because there were already existing piles there, and he just piled onto those. And then he did shove some debris down into that draw on the west, the northwest side. There was there was a little bit of a washout in the pond there. So yeah, but it looks real good. We'll probably, I need to talk to somebody over at NRCS or Fector or someone about a lot of what was was mowed with sumac. And, you know, we'll probably have to have some kind of a management plan there, whether it's to keep mowing the sprouts, you know, again, I don't know if that will kill them, to mow them again, or if we'll have to just spray next spring.
Or you mow, the
Burning,
thicker they'll get. They'll have a sumac
traditionally,
bush.
yeah,
Yeah.
traditionally, burning, you know, stimulates the growth of sumac, so.
Burning really helps sumac.
Yeah, burning
It
is
loves
not
it.
really the hot tip,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
And now, you know, you can burn, you know, those fall burns will hurt your sumac, but, you know, that's not been really very widely adopted around here. But you know, fall burning will hurt the sumac.
I'm guessing probably next spring.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, go ahead.
Will be great. Right.
It'll die easily with the right, you know, the right timing and the right chemical, so. Anyway, yeah, real pleased with that. And then also, I did have him, he offered a drone video of before and after.
I seen that on
A couple $100, and, I think that's, you know, that drone footage would be good for us. He's not gonna do the after footage right now, because, he's hoping that it'll green up a little bit where it burned off, and he just thought that black wasn't gonna look very pretty. I don't really know, a couple of acres burned, but something like that. Do you know? Yeah, a couple of acres. So anyway, and then they actually wanted to get some more of the scrap metal out of there, the loading chute, but it was kind of up against the barn, and Chris said no, because there was some Johnson grass in there that didn't really get burned. Barn down, however, Johnson grass is not a real burning thing, you know. Typically, it's hard to get Johnson grass to burn, you know. Unless you've already got a pretty good head fire. It's hard to light a grass fire in Johnson grass, my experience. But anyway, so I don't know. But Chris said no more torching, so until it's, you know, rained. So I don't know whether that will come out of there, or we'll just have to deal with it with our, you know, with some bulldozing. But that just kind of clean more of that up and less bulldozer work for us, so. Then I do need to get the survey over to the engineering firm that's gonna do the site plan, and so that's kind of the next thing, but we have to, I need an executive session with you on some issues, which is on the, agenda, so.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
What will Jill possibly do with new security?
Please respond to Oxford Route 21. It's a quarter-mile north of that.
Okay. Alright, going on to new business.
How many, could I ask, how many bids have you received so far on that property?
I just got one. And I don't know what property it's on.
Whether it's for the house or
Yeah, I ain't marked outside, so we'll just have to open them all. But we got more than one.
Not yet. Got one good total.
Whatever. Maybe-
Hopefully there's gonna be a land.
Okay.
Awesome. Maybe they're all just showing up to bid.
Well, they need to.
But they've gotta
They need to
submit.
They gotta have a bid submitted
prior to 11.
prior to 11 tomorrow.
How many bids did you have?
Submit a bid and then see if they want.
But we did put in there the right to refusal, correct? Okay. I thought we did. Okay, we're ready to move on. Looks like we got about 10 minutes.
Do what?
Looks like we got 10 minutes before 2 o'clock. Well,
Emergency management's here.
I'm ready.
She's here, we can do it.
I'm ready. With the exception of, Carrie, did you get that resolution number?
Yeah.
Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan Presentation and Adoption.
Hopefully.
That's my
Okay, once every 5 years, the state contracts, for the second year that they've contracted through this company called Blue Umbrella.
Read it to us, Mary.
Yeah, I'd like to.
The regional mitigation plan. So each region in the state has, or the southeast region, has a mitigation plan. We've had meetings with Blue Umbrella, with the state, building up to this. It is tweaked a little differently than 5 years ago, just taking into account that earthquakes aren't quite as prevalent here, but anyway. With this, when you do the adoption of it, it opens up grant opportunities, more grant opportunities. You don't have to adopt it, but if you don't, then you're out some extra grant opportunities. It's for mitigation grants, HMG. It does affect our EMPG grant that I do, and then if we have large events, sometimes there's more money involved if you adopt the mitigation plan. The bookmark aspect is what they cite for the action.
All right, guys, just to update you, they've got a 2 p.m. executive session with Jill, the county counselor, and I believe the sheriff, and that's to probably discuss something related to what we're doing down here. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear what I'm saying. So we're just kind of waiting until that happens and maybe get a little bit more comment from Jill if we can. She's obviously threatened us with arrest because we're stalking. What we're doing is asking questions. Not unlike Deputy Love threatening arrest for interfering with public process. When people are asking questions, we didn't even get to the other people's issues. You know, we came down here to help other people and they made this about us. So here they are, and here we are. But in about 7 minutes, they're gonna go to executive session, and then we're gonna run back upstairs and see if we can't get that court clerk or up there, or the district attorney's secretary or whatever, to tell us what we've actually been charged with.
You wanna read it first? You better that
Nighttime.
We'll adopt that next week.
Well, you can't
It's
adopt
adopted
it.
in 2 weeks, I don't care, I just have to send it to the state. If you adopt it.
In my ignorance, what are we mitigating?
These are multi-hazards, so the mitigation comes onto the natural hazards that our portion of the state deals with. So for us, it's
Basically,
wildfire,
it's
weather.
just, these mitigation plans are just identifying needs that you want to try to address. It's not a specific, get this done. Sometimes maybe beyond it budget-wise, but just to give you a highlight a few items here. Install generators in all county facilities, proposed completion 10 years from now. So we have that in a lot of facilities at this point in time, but all upgrade and enhance sirens throughout the county. The county doesn't actually own sirens, but we do participate in cost share
Something
around
that-
these facilities.
Didn't do that, man.
So things of that nature. Map infrastructure facilities within the dam mitigation. That's already basically being accomplished by FEMA. They have 100 and 500 year flood maps that they're providing.
And nothing is really groundbreaking.
Thank you.
Modernized HVAC systems, jurisdictional systems.
Do we need to,
We're already working on it. We're gaining.
do we need to move on to something else while you read that stuff?
I actually wanted to see this.
You guys each want to read it.
Oh, you're giving it back to me.
And that's the standard resolution that FEMA had.
There's actually many of these items already in the process of going off the how we can provide it in the future.
A few years ago, every county in the state had a mitigation plan for disasters and emergencies, except Chautauqua County.
Yeah,
Really?
they're not huge players, and
Did they ever adopt a mitigation plan?
I don't believe so.
I can't 100% speak for them, but I would venture to say most likely not.
Yeah.
Kansas says no.
Yeah, they.
And I do believe it's helps us with FEMA as well, because you get FEMA's more than this, basically pre-mitigation instead of fixing it after the fact, after damage. Trying to make our facilities more resilient. Disasters.
You guys would like to read over and adopt it later, that's fine as well. Like, we don't have a hard end date on the adoption dates. We just have that if we're not opted in and something occurs, then we're going to not be eligible for some of the FEMA funds.
Resolution, it's pretty statement, it's what we've done.
But it only goes to the 5 years before.
With that in mind, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I move to pass Elk County Resolution 2406, it's adopting the Kansas Homeland Security Region H Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 24-06, the Kansas Homeland Security Region H, as in Harold Hazard Mitigation Plan. Any further discussion?
Well, we might want to add that it's basically a re-adoption that we do it every 5 years.
Duly noted that it's a reoccurring deal every 5 years. Now, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried 3-0. Put your John Henry down there.
Never cancel it. We got plenty.
Now, see, if you guys remember here, there's a few of those that he's already signed, and I bet we're gonna get to watch that here before the vote even happened. He's already signed them. Let's see how many of those are already done.
The glare.
If there's more.
Doesn't that have a clerk certification?
Carry maybe certification.
Okay, senior citizen budgets. What I'm about to do is we upped their budget by 10,000.
So you need
We
to
need to-
divide, the $23,500, that would be the total senior center budget. Because you're adding the 13,500 with the 10,000. So that's gonna give them a total of 23,500.
Okay?
Was that your intentions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's what the motion was made the last meeting, was to increase
Yeah,
the
we-
senior centers by 10,000.
Mainly for their insurance purposes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that would make their total
Well,
23,500.
this is taking a little longer than we thought. We figured that they would be moving to the executive session too. It's pretty interesting how this is going. I'd say it's a success so far. We'll see if we can find out what these charges are. We at least got them to listen to what we're trying to tell them about what's going on here. I don't know that it'll actually matter. But
Finding out the charges is gonna be the big thing. Yeah, it's interesting that they're calling it an investigation. They're no longer referring to it as being charged, it's an investigation.
right, they're saying we're under investigation.
pay for utilities or insurance or anything at the building on.
Right, but the problem was their insurance has gone up, and then they did not have the continuing budget to be able to properly purchase the meals.
I see.
So it was an offset.
Oh, I see.
So-
So they spent the food money on insurance.
Basically, that's why they need to be able to continue to.
I see.
But this is just, now this is increasing their budget for this year, correct? Or is this
For 2025.
for 25? Okay. Well, how, I mean, if
I'm not sure
Howard.
what their cure was for this year.
if-
You gave them 5,000.
Yeah, we get 5,500.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we've got 10,000 split up in there, they got 13,500.
But Howard needed like 7 or 8 to cover the insurance.
Yeah, because their insurance went through the roof.
They was the ones.
Because they're the only
Because
ones.
they're the only ones cooking.
Yes. Well, take that. I do not want any one community to think we're favoring another community.
Well, we're too late.
Yeah.
Howard gets everything, you know it.
Well,
Heard it
it all-
everywhere.
I hear that everywhere but Howard. But they was needing 7 to cover their insurance. But I'm assuming the insurance went up on every other facility. So they're gonna need.
I know.
I don't know how the other facilities are covered with their insurance, whether they tie on to a city plan or.
Well, the one at
Plan
Longton
of
certainly
road.
has their own insurance by themselves, but, I don't, you know, as you know, insurance goes up. You know, it's been going up for everybody, every entity. I'm sure it will affect the county, the K-Camp policy at some point too, but, you know, one thing I would say, just, you know, Paul said, make sure you don't do it unequally. Well, it is unequal because Moline does not have a senior center. They closed theirs when they lost the congregate meal program. So they have not been receiving any funding from the county.
Well, from what you also said, Howard does all the cooking, so they're proportionally providing more of the services.
Right.
The others are just basically dining.
We've got Longton, Granola, and Howard, right?
Yeah, folks.
Right.
Do we have? Okay. I guess
And
I
Elk
do have
Falls.
one as well in Elk Falls.
Is Moline still on the books as a senior center?
Well, they don't have a senior citizen center anymore. They
That's
just
fine.
kinda gave it up but they do, I mean, the thing is that, you know, for some senior programming, it would be nice to be able to, you know, if Moline wanted to do, they do some programming through their library, and Candy goes every week to, you know, or pretty often to Moline and does charting and stuff like that, you know, so just because they're not paying for a center doesn't mean that the senior citizens in Moline, you know, couldn't use some programming, you know, maybe through the community center or whatever, so I'm just saying, you know, it's not equal because Moline is left out, but anyway.
So if we did 7,000 to the Howard, and then each one of the others got $1,000 to help with their increase in expenses, would that be satisfactory?
That's about the way right now, there's 3,000 going to Granola and 2,500 to Elk Falls and 2,500 to Longton, so.
And the reason for that, at Granola, they were
Yeah,
preparing
they-
meals
they
for a while,
were.
but they're not now, they just eat their congregate meal there. You know, the meals are delivered and they just open up their styrofoam and eat there together, which is still good, you know,
Right.
because they're having a congregate meal, even though it's not prepared there. But the Granola one is used like that every day. So I would say, you know, that there would be no reason to have a richer budget for Granola than there is for Elk Falls or Longton or any other community.
That's,
Because they're not cooking anymore.
well, cause right now in their budget, they're $500 difference, so, I mean, if we bump all of them 1,000 across the board and 7,000 to the Howard.
And, you know, and
Specifically
then,
for the meal program.
and then maybe you could just, if you've got 500 left to play with, because you really would only need to increase granola by 500, because to make granola Howard, granola, Longton, and Moline,
Yep.
granola, Longton, and Elk Falls equal, maybe, you know, you
Give
could.
7,500 to Howard.
Well, what I was gonna suggest was that you provided 500 to Moline for some programming for the senior citizens. Because like I said, the library does some programming for the seniors. So anyway, you might, that would be, so that you are still providing services to senior citizens in Moline.
Who would you give that to?
The city, through the city, and just like, you know, like a rec budget, you know, but for senior programming. That's just a suggestion. I know they do some programming. The librarian there does, you know, she does welcome the senior citizens in and has coffee and things with them, and they have some programming. They'll have speakers and stuff like that. And, you know, it's, whatever. It's your decision.
Well,
I don't wanna
think
leave
we
any.
better stick with the senior centers.
That are operating.
Yeah.
You think?
Yes, because, you know, somebody else, Oak Valley might go, well, we've got a senior thing that we wanna do here too, and where's our money? So I think we better stick with the senior centers and split it up the way that we discussed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
move to divide the money, $7,500 to Howard, 500 to Granola, 1,000 to Elk Falls, 1,000 to Long.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to disperse the 10,000 increase to the senior centers in the amount of 7,500 to Howard, 500 to Granola, 1,000 to Elk Falls, and 1,000 to Longton. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried 3-0. Okay. That's, over here, executive session, legal, county attorney and sheriff. How long do you guys need?
I was gonna suggest up to 30 minutes to include county councillor Paul Dean, legal and security reasons, and to include the sheriff.
Can we take a quick break first?
I bet we can. I bet we
Yes, we can. Us blind folks need help.
Need a recess before we start?
Yes, please.
I move, once you move to recess, and then when, for however many minutes, and come back and then renew the motion, make the motion.
can come back in session and we'll go back.
I move to recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to recess for 5 minutes. Any further discussion? We'll return to open session at 2:14.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried 3-0.
Mr. D.
Get you some, man. There's some more down there. I think a candy connoisseur. We'll bring fireballs next meeting.
Gary, you want to take copies of these, and then I want to take them because I keep that as part of my court file.
Deputy Love was about to arrest me earlier for stalking, apparently at Jill's behest. We're media.
Has any,
We're not
actually
stalkers.
been, I mean, I know apparently he said they're gonna file charges. Has anybody, any charges actually been filed?
Well, we don't have anything to say right now. We're trying to find out if we're being charged, but nobody wants to answer us. Commissioner, when you come back from that meeting, from your executive session, I would hope we can identify at least what we're being charged with. I know they're gonna tell you that we're a vile security threat. We're media, we're press. I hope you keep that in mind, but we do need to know what we've been charged with because both Deputy Love and Jill Gillett just a bit ago said that we're under investigation or something. Said they couldn't comment about a pending investigation. And I don't really think that it's wise for them to be investigating citizen media when these kind of things actually end up being civil rights violations. Right now we are.
I tell you what I'm gonna do, is I'm not gonna open my mouth.
I understand,
put
and
my foot in it, because I am not a lawyer.
I don't expect comment. I'm just asking you to consider what's going on in there, and please recognize what's happening here, because it's not something that's illegal, and it is actually a constitutional violations. There's several of them here.
Well, if.
That's good. You don't need to comment.
I'm neutral on
I'm
this.
good.
I want everybody to get along. I'm happy-go-lucky.
No problem.
I mean, you're not gonna get any poems out of me.
No problem at all.
I mean, and, we're not in an open meeting right now, and sir, please tone your language down a little bit around the ladies.
Why is that?
Well, I find it very disrespectful. And me personally, I find it disrespectful.
Is that part of the First Amendment?
Well, we find it disrespectful to be charged and investigated when no crime has
I don't have anything
occurred.
to do with that. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
personally.
Jill Gillett and Deputy Love do. They're both right here. They could easily tell us whether we're charged or not.
Okay.
Do you want me to tell you how to talk?
But instead, they'd rather
What's that?
conspire to arrest us for stalking. What?
Do you want me to tell you how to talk?
No, I didn't tell you, sir. I didn't tell you.
Okay.
I just asked you politely.
Do you want me to ask you politely to talk differently?
Sir,
Talk about
I'm not trying to.
talk about disrespect.
Sir, I have come, sir, I've been polite. I'm just trying, you know, I have respect for the ladies and the fellows. And I'm, that's just.
All I said is, would you want me to tell you?
Never heard of it.
Would you want me to ask?
If I'm talking out, if you think that I am being vulgar, if I am, if you think so, you can ask me.
Right.
I didn't tell you.
You asked me during the meeting, now you're asking me. Yeah, I don't understand why you're asking me. Yeah.
Sir,
They don't teach manners and.
hey,
Well, I ain't gonna speak there, Joe, so thanks, though.
that's just.
It would be better if you guys would consult Topeka before some of the things that you're doing, guys. Really.
John, that's an all call.
John, what's your badge number? Deputies need to identify, sir. I just asked him what his badge number was and he ignored me, so. They do need to identify. That's codified law. Jill knows that.
Hey, 214, back in session.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I move to go into executive session, discuss legal
Yes, sir.
with County Attorney Chancellor and Paul Dean for 30 minutes, not to return until 2:44.
I didn't think it was.
And it's for legal and security.
Yes.
Been moved and seconded to go
Well,
into.
what's she gonna do, Joe, without you here?
No, he's
So
out.
go ahead. Go, Cal.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session with ourselves, our county attorney, our county counselor, our sheriff to discuss legal and
Yes, our
security.
sheriff, sorry.
And to discuss legal and security and not to come back into open session until 2:44. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Way we go, we'll be back.
You guys didn't have oversight over that.
You do have oversight. You do have the ability to stop all these violations, guys.
You guys are going in there, how do you not have?
You can direct them to do that.
Involved in that?
Mr. Dean can advise you properly to do that if you'd listen and if he'll recognize it.
Gentlemen, we are in an executive session.
No, we're not
County
yet,
Counsellor.
Ms. Gillette.
Any
We're in an open
interruptions
room
is
where there's no.
interruption of official duty.
Oh,
Mr. Dean.
boy, she's always levying these crimes. Listen to her. Interrupting official duty by speaking, Jill?
Maybe you should look at the KSA statutes.
Maybe you should check out what they mean. Let's go find out what we're arrested for or what we're charged with. These people obviously aren't wanting to tell us.
So, Paul Dean stepped out there and talked to him, got it recorded. He said his guess is, his belief is that if there hasn't been any charges, then they haven't charged you with anything.
Well, we're threatened with charges, so I'm gonna wanna know what they are. And it's a threat that's constantly being levied about with citizens here as well. So we need those questions clarified. Because people can't be living in fear that they're gonna just drive somewhere and then get arrested because there's a charge against them somehow.
wish they would just say no, there's no charge.
Right.
I wish they would just say that, if there's not. Instead, they've morphed it into an investigation. They're investigating.
Well, it's still red. Hello? Well, Jill is trying to run the show.
Seems like it. Probably instructed him not to talk to her.
We need to find out what charges we're under. Did it just go off?
Well, let's head over.
Well, she's in there.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe she's in the bathroom. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Let's go head over there and then.
Head over where?
The and ask them.
Hi, we were hoping,
Okay.
we were hoping you knew what we were charged with.
I don't find anything in the computer, so it's not been filed yet. If there's anything, so I don't have anything to tell you.
If something was submitted by the sheriff like a week or two ago, it would be in the computers?
I don't, it would depend on a lot of little, because it goes from here to here to here to here. So,
It's a bureaucracy, is that what you're saying?
Okay.
I don't have any access to any of that right now, so I can't tell you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Man.
Because that's where it originated. Not here.
So over at the sheriff?
Yeah.
Well, they're all out on a call, and that.
Well, they can just look it up there.
Yeah, but he's not going to answer any questions. He's already shown that. I want to go over here and talk to the clerks real quick.
Well, I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're fine. Hey guys. Hey. Were you the one that was helping us on the 9th when we were down here? Yep. We're trying to figure out what exactly we've been charged with. We were told that we were somehow harassing you guys. Okay. We were told that we were somehow harassing people here and we've been charged.
I don't know anything about charges. It was the phone calls that we were talking about, not
Okay.
the individuals here.
But Deputy Love has told us repeatedly that we've had a charge filed against us and that you guys had made statements regarding that.
We have not.
You haven't made any statements.
You guys haven't made any statements saying that we've done something wrong?
We were.
That's what we
explaining-
thought. That's what we thought. We were nice. Everyone was nice.
We were explaining about the phone calls.
Yeah, and we understand
And
that.
they were very
And we appreciated the way you guys
not
handled that.
We wasn't talking about the two gentlemen here.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Great.
All right. That's
Thank you.
interesting. I think that
We
probably
figured it.
resolves.
Everyone was friendly. Everyone was nice.
Yeah, have a good one. I think that pretty much clears it up, guys. What do you think? So now I want to wait until they come back.
I'm gonna go directly to the source. We got a little time.
Okay. We can go to the sheriff's department now. And, well, what we need to actually do is we need to get a complaint form now that we can fill out on Joe Love for telling us that charges have been filed that weren't. Why? Why? No, seriously. Well, we're here. We're here. And where is I'd like to see old Deputy Watts, or former Deputy Watts, the maintenance guy. I think he was out here earlier, but we didn't catch him on video. So yeah, guys, appreciate y'all hanging in. We're gonna go over here to the sheriff's department and see if they'll talk to us about why we've been charged. I'm gonna need a complaint form if Justin doesn't want one even. But I don't appreciate being told I've been charged with things that I haven't. And he's got this sign here, but that means nothing. So, yeah, I'd need first a couple complaint forms if we could.
Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. We're dealing with an emergency, so it's gonna be a little bit. You're gonna have to wait.
Okay, can you estimate time?
We're not allowed to be filming in here.
It's okay, ma'am. It's a right of the people.
new, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's a new sign. They've got one right there too.
Oh yeah, they sure do.
Yeah.
Look at that.
But we're gonna show that
Yeah.
that's not gonna be something that's gonna work because this is an open hallway accessible to by the public, and they're even hidden behind this glass here,
What
so.
exactly would they say?
Yeah. So just to let everybody know, just in case something happens here, there is some contact information. Don't use it in the description, but if they were to try to arrest us or something, we'd appreciate a little assistance in that. That's all I'll say. But we hope that doesn't happen. And I've told Justin, and I think we agreed on the way down here, that if they tried to do that, it would definitely be a violation of rights. So I wonder how long it'll take for them to get their emergency deal dealt with. It was an all call that Joe even had to go to.
As long as it takes for us to leave, I suppose.
You think?
Might as well head back over to the courthouse.
You think?
Hit this again if you want to.
Okay. All right, well, we'd like to go ahead and pick up those records for Dick as well. Dick, if you're listening, go ahead and, does he have your email? Does any of these guys have your email?
My email is in my description section on my YouTube channel.
Well, actually, Nicole, if you are watching, if you have your email and everything ready to get that records request, when we come back over here later to find out what we're charged with or find out why Deputy lied and get a couple of complaint forms, you meet us up here and we'll try to help you get that resolved. What you got?
I just wondered if they had cameras in here.
Oh, yeah.
So they can tell us that we can't film, the public can't, but they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Control the narrative.
Yeah.
Control the fucking narrative. That way, when they rough people up
Hey,
like
Todd, how are
Robert
you
Walker,
doing?
when they rough people up like Robert Walker, there's no
Right.
footage of it except for theirs. That can just magically disappear.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to head back over to the courthouse for a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. We're going to run over to the courthouse. Again, these signs are new. We got no photography or video recording, and that's just kind of funny. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. That's been proven over and over and over again. You know, the craziest thing about this, again, we've talked about this, this all started because of a bunk arrest that we had concerns with, and we come down here and we find all kinds of rights violations. And it's incredible that this is going on the way it is. And I hope one of those attorneys, maybe that Paul Davis guy, or what was his name? Not Paul Davis, was it? Paul Dean, that's it. Paul Davis is the guy in Lawrence. Hopefully that Paul Dean guy can get some things straightened out. Well, I don't know.
He ain't going to. He's definitely on their side, for sure.
We still have to push the button, I think. I don't think it's open.
Have your name and where you're headed, please.
Yeah, it's Michael and Justin returning for the rest of the commission meeting.
Go on in and have a good day.
Still don't like having to give a name every time, but we'll deal with it to get in on this trip. We'll deal with that later. All right. So, Doc, what do you think? Let me hold that.
I'd really like to find out what in the world.
Check that out. 75-cent cans of pop.
I'd like to find out what in the world's going on with that charge. I'd like to be able to find out what the fuck Joe Love's talking about.
I think Joe Love is making up stuff threatening people. That's what I honestly think is going on. Well, it ain't 75 cents if it doesn't take your money, is it? Oh. No, I really think Joe Love is making that up.
And by the way, the peach pie was very good.
Oh, was it?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I was worried about it.
No, it's good.
How come? How are you worried about it?
Well, I wasn't sure I got it sweet enough.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
You never know until you
It's
get
almost
that.
like
I knew
They
that,
didn't
I
say.
knew the
It's almost
crust
like
was
the O.J.
good.
Simpson trial jury watch here.
That's my favorite pie crust.
but I wasn't sure
Wait for the door to open.
that the peaches were sweet enough.
Oh,
Peaches
yeah.
can be tart sometimes, and I
Right.
didn't try
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and set the tripod. Guys, we're gonna be here until this meeting's over.
Sorry, I
at least.
should have recognized you, but I didn't.
We're still trying to find out about this threat to arrest or threat of charges.
It prohibits
We've been told by
unreasonable searches
the
and
court
seizures
clerks
and
now
sets requirements for
that
issuing warrants.
they weren't talking about
Warrants
anything we
must be
did.
issued by a judge or magistrate
So
justified by
that's gonna be a little
probable
difficult on
cause,
us.
supported by
And then,
other information, and must
the district
particularly
attorney tells us
describe the
that
place to be
we
searched
are
and the person or
under
things to be
investigation
seized.
apparently.
Fourth Amendment case law deals with three main issues. What government activities are searches and seizures? What constitutes probable cause to conduct searches and seizures? And how to address violations of Fourth Amendment rights. Early court decisions limited the amendment's scope to physical intrusion of property or persons. But with Katz versus United States, 1967, the Supreme Court held that its protections extend to intrusions on the privacy of individuals as well as to physical locations. A warrant is needed for most search and seizure activities, but the court has carved out a series of exceptions for consent searches, motor vehicle searches, evidence in plain view, exigent circumstances, and border searches. There are some other situations they don't list. The exclusionary rule is one way the amendment is enforced. Established in Weeks versus United States, 1914, this rule holds that evidence obtained as a result of a Fourth Amendment violation is generally inadmissible at criminal trials. Evidence discovered as a later result of an illegal search may also be inadmissible as fruit of the poisonous tree. That's kind of it.
Does it talk about papers, persons, and effects? Did you read that? See a
I-
part referring to that? That refers to your ID and your identity as a whole.
Well, yeah, I mean, it says who can be searched, when and why. But again, it says the court has carved out a series of exceptions for consent searches, motor vehicle searches, evidence in plain view, exigent circumstances, border searches, and other situations.
Exigent circumstances would be when there is suspicion that a crime, okay. Well,
So did I, but it was Bible college, so I didn't learn that part.
well,
They didn't talk about exigent circumstances in Bible college.
but there's a little bit more than, you need to rise to an actual articulable suspicion, not just reasonable. It's gotta be articulable, and you can't just make it reasonable within the bounds of the law that you quote. And that's, I'm afraid, what's going on here.
If you know somebody has been violent in the past and is prone to violent outbursts, and you have a sworn oath to protect the people of the county, do you let that person just run around wherever they want when they're in a rage?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but until a crime occurs,
Well,
yeah.
okay, if you're protecting the people in the courthouse, which is the whole point. Okay, other counties have metal detectors, right?
Yeah.
Elk County can't afford metal detectors because you have to have a law enforcement officer sitting there with the detector. Elk County doesn't have that kind of budget. We are so poor, it's not even funny.
Ma'am, I would challenge that Elk County doesn't have the budget for the lawsuits that are gonna be coming as a result of the behavior
Well,
of your officers.
But they have done, and it wasn't these commissioners that actually put the law into place.
Nobody will provide me a copy of the law. Nobody will even, we've done open records requests that they completely ignore. I mean, your county is literally off the rails when it's ignoring open record requests. It's accusing people of crimes without any crime occurring.
I suspect that if one of our Elk County citizens walked up and said, I need to know what this law is. They could pull those right.
Okay, then that would be deemed a discriminatory act. They're discriminating against people that are outsiders.
I don't know. I
That's-
don't know
that's-
that much of the law,
you know,
but I know the reason for.
I gotta be honest, because the first time I came down here and, the first time we came here to Elk County, I left here trying to figure out a way to describe my experience here and the things that I heard. And not just a few people, a lot of people. And the things that I heard, and as I left, the only comparison that I have, and I'm being directly honest about this, the only comparison that I have is the movie Deliverance. Because you have a law enforcement community here off the rails, threatening charges that do not exist, putting people in jail on charges. Yes, I do, a much better option. We need to follow the law.
Who?
We need to follow the law.
What?
We need to follow the law. That's the better option.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
There's no wait a minute on follow the law.
Well,
It's that simple.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I agree. However,
I know.
in a county that's small,
Turned it.
We could
when
probably
you
turn,
have a
we could probably
limited
turn it on for.
number of candidates, people, we have offices that are not filled because people just don't want to
You
mess with
have
it.
two other options for sheriff, and that could change a lot.
One does not have any experience at all, none, no police experience at all. He's a nice guy, he is, and he's got some great ideas, but he doesn't know how to be a police officer at all.
And so you'll take a criminal that does know how to be a police officer over somebody that wants to change things that isn't.
But he doesn't know how to apply the law.
Sure he does.
No, he doesn't.
He's taking courses in
That
criminal.
does not, that,
Ma'am,
you have to
it's the
have
same-
on-the-ground experience.
and do you understand how a sheriff comes into office? What, okay, walk me through it. How does the
Well,
sheriff come into office? If he
you
doesn't
apply
have,
to be-
if he doesn't have a law enforcement certification, how does he come into office?
He has to get a law enforcement certification.
And how long
but
does he have to do that?
He has to go to academy,
Right, and how long does he have to get that done?
1 year, I think,
And until that happens, what is he given to be able to perform his duties?
whatever is available.
No, he's given a provisional certification.
Well-
And part of that provisional certification is he has to show a basic understanding of the position that he would be holding and the application of the law.
And you think that's enough?
I think that's enough for any sheriff to get started, because a sheriff should be a person of the people.
Oh, I agree.
I don't mean to be arguing for one candidate or another, but when you're so vehemently against somebody that doesn't have the experience,
I'm not
I
against
would challenge
anybody.
that the experience is part of the problem,
Why
because,
do you
well-
assume I'm against somebody?
well, you just were a firm no. He doesn't
No.
have the experience, there's
What
no
I
way,
said-
there's no way.
You know why?
That's a firm no, isn't it?
Do you know why
Sure.
I feel that way? My husband was a sheriff.
Okay,
He was. Been there, done that.
okay.
And he has almost 40 years of law enforcement. In his first 4 years, and he's an intelligent man. In his first 4 years, he said, there's no way I would have been able to handle the job. Now, Elk County is small, but it still requires somebody who knows what they're doing. Now, as far as John, not my first pick, was not my vote, but I got outvoted. And that's what happens,
Yeah.
is you get outvoted
Right.
if you have.
And now there's some outside influence here that's shining a light on a few things to hopefully get that vote in the right direction for the people down here. That's all we're here for, is trying to get you guys to have a safer community that isn't so threatened.
Okay, my complaint with you guys, and I don't know you, so I can't honestly say one way or another. All I can say is what I've seen,
Okay.
and that's that you're very aggressive.
Aggressive?
With people. Yes. You've cut me off like 5 times in this conversation
Okay.
alone. And he doesn't listen at all. He just says, fuck, 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 fuck.
Well, you just
I
did.
watched you. I watched you.
If it's so offensive, man, why did you
I
just say
watched
it?
you through that exchange.
Have you?
And it was about 5 minutes.
People off, lady.
I don't,
Have you seen?
sir, I don't know you. All I know is what I have seen.
Have you seen the way, what I'm referring to, what, how the was? Have you seen it? There's a video.
I I watched that video. I watched.
Which video? There's about 40 of them. Which
And
video?
you get in his face.
Whose?
Yes, I did. I watched it.
Whose face? I'm
You
confused.
posted
Whose?
it.
Doug?
Doug told you, I don't wanna talk to you. And he has a right not to talk
And
to you.
we as reporters have a right to ask questions in an open area.
That's fine.
He doesn't have
But
to-
he doesn't have to answer, and that was the thing.
And
He
he
said,
He could easily walk away without becoming so
he
aggressive.
had to walk away.
Without becoming so aggressive. So you're
Everybody's got a
saying,
temper
you're,
about something.
okay, so you're saying, in one breath, hold on, in one breath, you're saying we're aggressive, and in the next breath, you're acknowledging that Doug's aggressive, but that's excused because everybody's got a temper.
No,
Got it.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't really see any further reason for us to discuss if you're gonna justify everything by everybody's got a temper on your side, but then we're just criminally aggressive. That's a problem for
Are
me.
you angry?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm just not gonna engage with somebody that wants to justify everything from her point of
I'm not
view
trying
and
to
won't acknowledge
justify
anything from the
anything.
opposing
I
side, that's
don't have
all.
a whole lot of control over any of this. All I'm doing is saying what I saw today and.
But I do love that little, are you angry? Yeah.
No, I really, I can't, I've got
Yeah,
hearing aids.
was that a passive aggressive little thing? Are you angry? Were you trying to get me angry?
No,
Was that a goal?
no, I'm not angry at all.
I know, but you asked me if I was.
Well, because
It seems like that was
I
a goal.
won't say no.
Well, it seemed like.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That wasn't my
Well, I
intention.
found that offensive. Do I get, you know, look at John, he's worried a crime's gonna happen. John had to peek out here to make sure nobody was beating up anybody, because he's just sure we're criminals.
And I will point out, he said we should end the conversation, which is exactly what he said Doug did, and we should have stopped. You're carrying it on, you know, he said we should stop.
I understand your position, and I don't,
I think you're talking about both sides of your mouth. You say you're one thing, but you're doing
Wait a
another.
minute.
You said you're not
I
against
haven't-
any of the deputy position
you
candidates.
can let me talk, or you can just
No,
talk.
I'm making a point. You can wait if you want to have a conversation. I'm just talking. You told him not to interrupt you. Well, you're doing it. That's the talking out of both sides of your mouth. He can't interrupt you, but while I'm talking, you're like, do you want to listen, is what you're saying. You're talking to me like I'm a child. We can have a civil conversation, but it's got to go both ways, right?
Okay, I'll agree with you there,
Would it?
however, and I agree that it was your 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't agree with your language.
Okay.
Not because I don't say words like that, I just don't
Because
say
you're
them.
morally superior to me.
No, not at all.
It sounds like you're morally superior to me.
Well, I'm sorry, you have an inferiority complex, but that's not
Oh,
my.
you just diagnosed me. So you're saying
Morality
that you
is a continuum.
Yes.
use those words. You use those words, but you don't use them here, and therefore you're right and I'm wrong.
No,
Okay.
I'm
telling
just
you
saying
you're wrong for
that
not
if you
using
want
those
to
words.
make an impression,
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I
then why are you here if you don't care?
No. I don't want to make an impression from your perspective. So you can tell me how to make an impression. I know that as well, okay? And that's the beautiful thing about free speech, because if we all had to listen to the way you want me to do it, we'd all come in and present it the exact same way, and everyone would present it the
Well, I
exact same
agree,
impression.
everybody has a
I'm
right to
coming-
an opinion.
Exactly, so I'm coming in and presenting an impression the way that I want to, not you, me. And I don't care if that means you don't like it, it doesn't matter. It's First Amendment. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it.
However, this is my opinion, only my opinion. Even though everybody has the right to free speech, we still live in a society, and we have societal mores in certain areas.
Do we? What are those?
We don't?
What specifically?
Maybe in your world we don't, but in my world there are mores.
Specifically, what would that be? Here, what would that be?
That means just being respectful.
Who says that?
Can I interject something?
That's standard more.
Can I-
That's an American standard more, unless you're in New York, I think, I'm not sure.
The point that I'm trying to make, and I would encourage you to try and get past everything you have against me right now. Put yourself in my position. What is the requirement that I have to be respectful to people that are lying about charging me and lying in a court office. Why should I come in and be respectful? If they wouldn't have done that, I probably would be. Maybe, I don't know, but I probably would be. They chose to lie on me. They chose to say that they're going to charge me with charges that will cost me money to fight, and yet I have to come in and be respectful to them. Why?
You're talking
Why
to
would I?
different people.
My question
These
is-
people
my
have
question
nothing
is-
to do
My question is,
with
why
John.
would you be respectful?
not only-
Why would you be respectful? Why would you still be respectful to somebody that would do that to you? If someone were, like I said, put yourself in my shoes, somebody lies on you and charges you with something you didn't do, why would you still be respectful to them?
What did they do? What did any one of these three men do?
If you can tell me what they're talking about in there right now, you have a better answer to your question. They're trying to say they don't have oversight, but they're in there talking with the same people that I am telling you are lying. Gillett and the sheriff are
We have
both in there
video
with the
evidence of it.
commissioners, and they've lied on us. So yes, there is a relationship between them.
And I want to challenge just one thing. I want to point out that there weren't any disrespectful tone coming out until the commissioner interrupted him to blurt out about being accused. That had nothing to do with anything.
My personal.
Are those our charges?
Huh?
He ran out, it looked like court documents. I'm hoping those are our charges. They're going to get notarized.
I don't know.
What do you say?
I have no idea.
Your point of view is what?
Huh?
Your point of view is what?
If you want change, and I think a lot of people want change, but I don't think stomping all over people is the way to get it.
But that's what's happening here with your sheriff's department.
They're stomping on.
I don't know.
They declared war on
The
all
sheriff's
rights.
department.
They declared war on my rights.
The sheriff's
They
department.
stomped on me.
The sheriff's department, right?
Yeah, the sheriff doesn't know me.
Jill, are we
You're saying it
being
was the
charged or
sheriff's
not?
department that
Can you answer that question? Are we
violated
being charged or not?
And Jill lied.
Paul, do we have an answer whether we're actually being charged or not?
It's not the point of that executive session, and I don't make that. I'm not county council, I don't do anything with the county attorney's office here. The only place that I know that you could go ask is the clerk's office upstairs, district
Okay.
court clerk.
There we go.
If something was filed, that's where it would
Well,
be
see,
filed.
what we're finding out is it doesn't seem that anything was filed. This is just an idle threat from Deputy Love, which is definitely a 1983 violation, so we'll handle it appropriately.
Okay, we're back in session, be no action taken. We have called for another executive session, legal community development. How long do you need?
I would probably need 10.
I'm going to go into executive session, discuss legal. 10 minutes with Sherry, Pauldean, and ourselves regarding our real estate. Not to return until 2:34, or 2:54.
Second. Second. Been moved second, to go into executive session, discuss legal with Ms. Sherry and Mr. Dean and ourselves, and not return into open session till 2:54.
Okay, and it is regarding real estate.
Real estate and legal. Yeah. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carried.
So let's go upstairs to the clerk's office and see what they say. We're just about, I don't know what's going on here. It's interesting. I appreciate y'all hanging around. I hope this has been fun for you too. It looks like the sheriff is pretty angry. I can imagine he's probably that angry because he's realizing that he's powerless to stop us from what we're doing. I mean, I gotta tell you, I seen him pull that door open and I thought for sure we were about to get arrested. But hopefully we can find out here. We were just referred up here, I guess, by Paul Dean, the county counselor. We need to find out if we're actually being charged or not. Joe Gillett says we're being investigated. Joe Love says he submitted charges to the DA's office. nobody wants to take anybody's responsibility for it. And at this point, I'm really looking at this like it may be just a threat.
Okay, I can see, either you can look in our public access portal to see if anything's been filed, or I can look up you by name, if you wanna look it up, or if you want us to.
Well, is it gonna be the same? Do you have more info than what's gonna be here?
No,
No. I'd rather not mess with that computer, but.
Me neither.
you don't want to.
Yeah, if you wanna just look it up, we'll be happy to give you the names. You want them, here, I'll write them down. You guys have been really nice all day, thank you. It's IE, isn't it, Justin?
Yep.
IENS,
HS.
is that right?
HS.
That's an H, okay.
Yep, SPIEHS, yep. that's
Okay.
it.
ER,
AVI.
ERABI.
Yep. Oh well. So, let's find out if we got charges.
So interesting that the clerk down there said, no, we didn't give any statement.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really do think this is I don't know. I mean, being told that you're charged by a police officer like that, isn't that some kind of a civil right violation? I would think. I would think it is. So, Jill? No charges listed, huh? So you're actually investigating us? Ma'am, are you saying that we're actually under investigation? Because your offices up here are saying that there's no charges filed. So what exactly are you investigating? Are you ever going to tell us if we're charged, or is this just a criminal trial that happens without any kind of oversight at all? You just rule it yourself?
No comment.
No comment.
Why'd you lie in court, Jill?
Yeah, you're the one that released the medical records in open court, Jill.
And then blamed us for it.
Do you often lie in court? Judging from what we're hearing, it does seem that that's the case. You want to share it with us? If I give you an upload link, would you share that with us? I'll put it in the video. Huh? Okay. So is Jill going to the sheriff's department? No. Looks like she's probably just going to leave.
District court lady came back and said that no, there's nothing in the system.
There's nothing in the system with our name on it, huh?
Did a search and there's nothing. Nope.
Nothing in the system.
So kind of narrowed it down and see what.
I don't know.
It'd be interesting if it was.
We
You
narrowed
got
it
any
down.
film on it?
Nope. It seems like it would be at the sheriff's department.
Man, is that Watts? Is that Watts? Is that the guy that was inside?
So I think.
Well, there goes Jill.
If there is a charge, then
She's not going to tell us what we're charged with, but only that she can't discuss an ongoing investigation. They do this to their citizens down here, thinking that it's some way to keep control of them, and we're going to end that practice, Jill. You're not going to be threatening arrest and threatening charges on people to gain compliance and to gain control over your citizens. Yeah. You want to go back over to the sheriff's office?
Well, so this is what I'm thinking.
Joe,
Yeah.
the sheriff's probably over there.
Yeah. So I'm thinking like we've narrowed it down. If there's some sort of citation he wrote that hasn't been.
Now we kind of need that complaint form because nobody else wants to acknowledge that the investigation, other than Jill, who we believe is in on it, but the supposed witnesses didn't say anything about us. And the court clerk herself, I think that was, said that there wasn't anything from their office about us, that it was about people calling in. I don't know. I think I hear him in there. Yeah, we'd like a couple complaint forms and to find out about these charges that Joe Love.
Still pretty busy. I'll see if I can find somebody that can get you on. Hold on.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, guys, we'll see if the sheriff wants to like enforce this rule out here that he put up that says no video recording. But I mean, obviously, I think he should realize that that's wrong if he would just do a little checking around. I think we've all known that for a while. But judging from the number of people in the live stream, we're over 150 right now. People are interested in what's going on. I don't know how many of them are from Elk County, but people are definitely interested in what's going on down here. The chat's not too active right now.
Look at that, 149 people in and 149 likes.
Yep.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. Sounds like no experience might be the guy to go with. That's what I was saying.
Right. The point I wanted to make, which I didn't bother to make with her, is that when we came up here last Saturday or whenever it was for the parade, we spoke to John Helms, right? That's the sheriff,
right.
John Helms, the candidate. And then the other two, the sheriff wouldn't speak to us, and then the other guy wasn't there. But John knew what was going on at the courthouse. He understood the Fourth Amendment violations that were going on, and he wouldn't stand for it. And so that's saying a lot, whether he has the experience or not.
I've been told that you're not supposed to be recording.
I'm sorry, that is a violation of that's a prior restraint. We'll be okay if we can just get a couple of those complaint forms.
And the citation for a charge that we were charged with, we'd like that, please.
I got a feeling he's going to try to arrest us over this recording thing. I swear that's not going to work.
Yeah, I wonder what that charge would be then, because...
Well, I mean, what are we violating?
That's all you're gonna get.
That's all we're going to get, so we don't have any charges?
Say again?
Just fill it out.
This is a voluntary statement form. We're looking for a complaint form.
That's what you're gonna get to fill that out. So file your complaint.
That's what we're going to get? That's nowhere near the complaint form that you filled out last time, was it? Or did you even get one?
I got one. I don't believe this is the same.
Yeah, ma'am, this is not a complaint form. We got a complaint form last time. We'd like to have that, please. Go ahead and throw that in my book. We'll hang on to that, but... Ma'am, we received a proper complaint form last time we were here. Can we get one or two of those, please? We'll make copies if we need to. Ma'am, if it's not documented on the proper form, I have a suspicion that it'll be cast aside. We'd like the proper form, please.
Okay, we're too busy in here right now. You're gonna have to either come back or call later.
Or we could wait too, right? We could wait, right?
Yeah.
Man, they just need some training in customer service, really.
Well, and this whole idea with the blackout glass there where you can't see through, you know, that's
the other thing John said. John said he'd get rid of that first.
And get rid of that glass, so...
But he needs 40 years of experience to know better. Meanwhile, the sheriff with 40 years.
Right.
Said, yeah.
Right. So you guys in Elk County that really don't like this glass and the idea that you have to identify yourself and all that to get in here.
And now you can't record.
And now he's saying that you can't record, but I can assure you that's case law that's already been argued, and we'd be happy to take the charge if there's one coming.
And not only that, it's like, thank God that they don't win on that, because Nicole was filming in here and she's getting charged with something and she has evidence that helps her not get charged. But if they had their way, you wouldn't be able to record, and then anything goes based on what they say.
Right.
It's fucking bullshit.
Yep. No, guys, we just need a couple complaint forms, the actual document, not a witness statement form. That's what that was that you gave us.
Well, it was a voluntary
witness form.
It was a voluntary statement form.
Yeah.
And then it says circle applicable status witness.
There's no
not
complaint.
Under arrest.
There's no line for a complaint up there at the top. It says circle one. So, I mean, this is what the citizens down here have been dealing with, guys.
Right,
and
right,
part of the
exactly.
reason we're here.
Look at what this said, man. What? So you have to check one. I am not under arrest for, nor am I being detained for the criminal events that I'm about to make known. That we're filing
Yeah.
a complaint.
We're not filing a confession, guys. We're
Right.
filing a complaint against deputies.
I mean, I was born at night, but not last night. Like, what are you trying to do? This is pretty straightforward what we asked for.
So,
You know, trying to
I don't
sneak
know.
one bias.
I don't know how long this live stream is going to go, but I can assure you that I have plenty of battery. My backup is still at 4 bars, so I can go until the sheriff's office closes if we have to. But we'd really just like to get a couple complaint forms so that we can actually get them filed.
And also the citation or
And yeah, exactly.
what
Something
charges
documenting
are.
that what we've been charged with.
Specifically, was it 22 or 215922 is what he said.
Right.
Is what Love said. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Specific. It's not just some like we don't know what crime. He specifically said.
And if you guys remember
Whatever
in
it
that
was.
phone call I had with him, he clearly laid it all out as to what our crime was. But now nobody can seem to produce that for us. I find that extremely interesting.
Can't produce it, and not only that, they're not even acknowledging it. They're saying no comment on the investigation.
Well, and that's why I again say that this is just a claim that they do. It's a tactic that they do against the citizens here to try to intimidate them out of expressing what they're allowed to do.
And also it's retaliation. So we came down here asking questions. They didn't like it, and so now they're going to
Right.
engage in lawfare with us to teach us a lesson. Stop coming around here.
Right.
How dare you? How dare you extreme, far-right extremists? How dare
As Joe put it, yeah.
Right-wingers, yeah, how
We're
dare you?
far right-wing radicals.
Yeah, how dare you? Yeah, exactly.
All we need is a complaint form, but we're radical.
I know. Isn't that
So-
something? So I guess Joe Love is like a radical progressive. I guess he's a liberal. Joe Love.
I haven't figured him out, man. Like I told people, I want to love the guy, but then he tries to make up bullshit. And it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's a liar. Yeah, he's a liar. He's a liar.
Well, you know, I don't know that they really had anybody really with any perseverance try to push through this stuff and get down to the business, but I think they've met those people now. We'll see how they handle it.
Yeah.
If they want to slow this whole process down, they could just give us a couple complaint forms and we might be on our way. Go fill them out and bring them back, get some copies that they'll probably try to charge us for.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Again, look at that, 156 people in here.
Yeah.
Well, it was. That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks guys for staying tuned. We're gonna see what ends up happening here. I mean, when dreaded accountability comes to town, they pretty much just shut down around here, don't they?
Batten down the hatches.
And John, I saw you at the meeting earlier. I didn't have time to stop and say anything. I was more interested in what was going on in there. I hope we surprised you. I told you had a surprise coming this week.
Yeah, John was making good points there. He said during his general public comment time that in Elk County you can get charged for just standing next to somebody in the courthouse. 'Cause
Right.
He didn't ask anybody anything. He freely even gave his ID. He gave it over, and he still got charged with something. That's what Deputy Love said.
Well, that's what Deputy Love says, but I think, honestly, I honestly think it's just a tactic. It's a threat that he's throwing around. And I don't think he realizes how much of an issue it is, how serious of an issue it is.
They must not.
And, you know, I would, like I told him, I hope he would visit with a defense attorney and tell him exactly what he told me, but I'm not sure he's actually done that. He was asking Jill Gillett if she wanted me arrested for stalking.
I couldn't believe that. It's like, Jill, there are specific criteria for stalking. Like, this is the first
Right.
time we've ever met you.
Right.
We're stalking you.
And we hadn't even met you before you started lying about us and making up stories. So you can't lie about somebody and then claim to be stalked when they come asking questions, lady. Come on.
Exactly. Exactly. It's that playing the victim mentality. They overlook the first step in all this is that she lied. She's overlooking that and saying, you guys are here stalking me for
Right.
no reason. Guys,
Right.
you're here. You're here. Why are you here? Well, Jill, you lied. And we don't like that. And
All right.
nobody should like
Keep it lit live. Yeah, we go live because we can't be too sure what's going to go on down here. And we were talking on the way down here today whether we would actually get arrested or something. And you know, I don't think without the camera and without the audience watching that I think they might have. I think they might have tried something. I know that they were checking their phones in there and probably hearing that we were online and stuff. So hopefully that kept them a little bit in check. And hopefully that shows the people in Elk County what a camera does to public officials.
Go ahead and fill those out then.
There we go.
Oh,
Look at that. We got
look at
complaint
this.
forms. All right, let's go out to the park bench out here and fill those out. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Can we find out about the charges? Is there anybody even back there? Can we find out about the charge?
She's right there.
I see.
Ma'am, do you have any information about what we're charged with?
I can see you in there. So Deputy Love has told us that we're charged with something. We'd like the charging documentation or citation.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that at all. I'm sorry.
Who does?
Where would we get it? Where would we get it? So nobody does. The sheriff office doesn't. The district court doesn't. The DA doesn't.
Nobody has any documentation of any charges.
But not only that, nobody will even tell us. You know, she's just like, I don't have it. Can you ask the sheriff or Love for us?
Ma'am, are we able to find out if documents even exist? Hello?
Yeah, would we be able to find out if the documents even exist that we were charged? Could you ask somebody? It's not a no comment thing. This is a serious thing. She said we're too busy in here to deal with it.
Okay, let's not bother him. Man. Well,
She said no comment, so everyone was no comment, and then she said they're too busy. It's like it is serious to us, I tell you.
well, yeah. And just throwing around threats that we've been charged and acting like we're being investigated. You know, how do you expect people to react to stuff like that?
Well, that's the point I was trying to make, that people get so caught up on being disrespectful of language while overlooking the actual disrespect that's happening to the citizens and their government.
Uh-huh.
They're more concerned with protecting their ears than protecting their fucking rights.
Let's go back this way and see all the vehicles that are here.
I don't know.
It's interesting that we were able to produce a couple complaint forms after
Saying, hey, we're not stupid.
I mean, why are we trying to give us the wrong stuff? I don't understand that. It makes no sense. You still have my book?
What else is interesting is that she sits there and she says they're too busy, which it sounds like there's an emergency going on, but they're still tasked with answering the buzzer.
Right.
There's still that menial task there that they're in charge of while an emergency is going on.
Well, it looks like most everybody that is anybody is parked on the other side, so let's hang out over here. I wonder what the sheriff drives, or if he's already gone. He might have left to go to whatever that emergency was. All right. So I think what we'll do, let's keep a watch on the courthouse while we fill those out.
I don't have a pen. Do you have a pen?
I don't have one on me.
I don't even have one.
Oh, well, that's going to be a problem. I think there's one in. Go look in your floorboards because I think I brought one. So go look in your floorboards real quick and I'll hold that.
You want water or anything?
The rest of my Dr. Pepper would be awesome. So, guys, what we're going to do out here is we're going to fill out a couple complaint forms on the fact that we've apparently been charged, but nobody's got charges, which we believe is actually just a bunch of lies at this point. And John and Nicole, if you want to come up and join us and fill out some complaint forms yourself, that's entirely up to you, but we're definitely doing this. and some people are going to learn not to do this stuff to people. So here's the complaint form that we're going to fill out. You can see that it actually says complaint form on it, and got things at the bottom there to judge how the complaint came out. And they tried to give us witness statements as though we were going to give them a confession. And yeah, I personally don't have anything to confess to. The sheriff does quite a bit. Him and Deputy Love both have been running roughshod over people down here for quite a while. So while the live stream's running here, it's going to be just a little bit, maybe a little boring while we're filling these out. But if you guys want to take a little break, get something to eat, and then come back in here a little bit, we're going to be heading back over to the sheriff's office. That's entirely up to you. I don't want to bore everybody to death, but we're going to get all this done today. But this is how accountability works, guys. You've got to get out and you've got to take control of your communities, because this community has completely forgotten what it's like to actually abide the law, and their citizens are suffering for it. You know, they tried to say we couldn't record in the sheriff's office. Well, that was bullshit. We knew it. We all know this. Anybody that's watching this video right now should know that very clearly from all the other court activity across the country. Sean Paul Reyes and other people that have opened up the public hallway areas of a courthouse. Yeah, we'll probably do a records request eventually, but for anything with our names on it. However, the problem is we've never received any of the records requests we've already done. They keep holding out. We've had records requests on file with this county for more than a month with absolutely no response other than it's in attorney review. And the things that we're asking for are not things that need an attorney review. You want to go ahead, or you want me to go first?
You go for it.
All right. So
you were the one that.
You can talk to them and keep them entertained while I'm doing
What have you guys been talking about?
just what's going on down here. Justin doesn't know how to talk, folks. Somebody
just-
chat to
Yeah,
him
I
and
don't
let
know.
him know how to do that again.
I don't know how to talk. I'm just seeing what kind of comments are coming up here. Yeah, it's the thing about the curbing speech like that and saying being respectful or disrespectful is the truth doesn't really care if it's respectful or disrespectful. So if the guy's a fucking asshole, he's a fucking asshole. If someone is acting like a Nazi, they're a Nazi. You know, just because you guys don't like the words doesn't mean we don't get to label the person as being that. It doesn't take away from how they are. And my interpretation of Doug, the commissioner, that day is that he was an asshole. And that lady was saying that we were being aggressive getting up in his face. But if you look, man, I'm not even joking. I'm leaning up against the building, the side of the building. I'm leaning up next to it, just filming. I'm just standing there filming. There's no aggression, didn't get in his face. In fact, he did. He turned and got in Michael's face. And so I just, this whole thing about being respectful versus disrespectful, when using language that describes how someone is being, it's just, somebody said, hi, Dr. Shady. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? That song fits perfectly with that footage of Sidon dressed up at me. It's that Eminem song that I laid over top of it. It's so fucking funny. So fucking funny. it's hard for Michael to multitask with standing up and spelling. It's one of those things. Kansas education. So right now, Michael, he's just sitting over there. He's filling out. He wanted to do 2 complaint forms to submit to the sheriff's department, and I imagine they're going to be for the deputy and the sheriff, saying that they're charging us with shit. And as far as we can tell, we looked around here today, and nobody's been able to provide anything to us. Freedom isn't free, Brandon Mitchell says. Freedom isn't free. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? It requires a huge sacrifice. And I think what America has gotten into is just complacency and just taking our rights for granted. Like they're always going to be there. But it requires us to exercise those rights. Otherwise they will go away. And they're going away in not exercising those rights in the darkness, by not exercising your rights, that in the darkness, the government is restricting our freedoms. And we don't know that until we show up to exercise our rights. And in exercising our rights, it comes into light exactly how the government is. And that's why they're so aversive. They almost recoil at cameras because they know their normal way of operating will come out. Generations are getting more and more entitled. Yeah, entitled. Take things for granted. Not recognizing what it takes. All kinds of things. Courage, conviction, confidence, knowing what it means to be an American. That kind of shit. Even a history of America. We're all lacking in American culture. I mean, look at somebody like Nathan Hale. When he got executed, he was 22 years old, and he said something along the lines of, the only thing I regret is that I only have one life to give for my country. 22 years old saying something like that. It's amazing. It's amazing. We have 30, 40, 50-year-olds that don't give a fuck at all, to that extent, at all. Well, the thing about it is, I think it was Brandon there. I'm trying to speak louder. I'm right next to the camera. I know you can't see me, but I'm right next to it. Think about, he said, F the Democrats and the Republicans. They both keep people divided, is essentially what he's saying. And I agree with that. The thing about human beings is that we have to have an identity. For whatever reason, identity is really important to us. Groups are really important to us. So when we shed those kind of labels, we're left with a whole bunch of individuals, which is fine. That's good. But in terms of being able to organize in any way to have society go forward, in any kind of, not a collective or a community, but in terms of some kind of identity. So you got all these people that will reject the political labels. Well, where does that leave you? It leaves you kind of floundering online, basically. And so if we're going to reject those labels, we have to have something there in its place, like another, party, I don't know, something there. Labels keep us divided, sure, but they also unite us as well. So being an American is a label, and that is something that should be uniting us. It's not happening really right now, but that's a good label. It should be uniting us. There are labels there that we could hold on to. There are identity things that we could hold on to, specifically being Americans. That's a label that cuts across. It transcends all of that stuff. So yes, we have allowed. It says speak up, volume keeps dipping, Justin. All right. I mean, I'm talking normal and right next to the camera. I don't really know what's up with it, Michael. Hey, Michael, do I have to turn the volume up on this or something?
Do what?
Never mind.
We don't have a way to control volume there. Tell them to turn the damn speakers up.
Okay. Michael says turn your speakers up if you can't hear me, I guess. I don't know. or simply being human. I suppose at a yeah, of course, at a common level, yes, being human. If you're on your phone, get a set of earbuds. Oh, Kansas Freedom News says, "What's up, everyone?"
All right, man, your turn.
What am I doing?
Filling out your complaint. You've been charged.
Who are you filing that on?
Love. It's a sheriff's office complaint.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So here's the other thing about this, guys, and in case Deputy Love is out there and he's watching and he doesn't realize this, where are we at? All right. So I want to tell you all about this. There's something called the Kansas C-Post. And what has happened here with the complaint that we're filing and with the actions of Deputy Love is he's actually violated C-Post standards of conduct. And I have a report that I get monthly from C-Post that details all the different revocations that have occurred. And many of those revocations that occur through C-Post hearings are because of dishonesty. And the dishonesty from a police officer ends them up on a Brady list. And that Brady list means that their testimony is not reliable in court, and anything that they charge somebody with can be deeply questioned by the fact that they've lied before. And so these deputies, especially Love, and I think the look on John Walker's face said that he knows he's in the kitty on this too, as he came out of that meeting. But quite honestly, Love is very, very much at risk of losing his C-Post certification as a result of this, because of these lies that he's told about us being charged and other people being charged. He's done this to 2 other citizens just in the last few days, and he's done it to a number of other people that we've heard from as well. And if they thought this was going to be a quick excursion of people in and out, wrong answer. Are you going to fill yours out?
I'm gonna wait.
You're going to wait?
Yep.
What are you going to do? Send it in by email?
Probably.
Do you know that they check email?
Do they?
I don't know if they have email down here. We're out in the sticks, remember? We're out in the sticks.
Then I'll drop it off some other
Well, this guy's really, I mean, I wonder if he's on city time.
He might just be looking
Yeah. Wasn't he, he was in the city meeting, wasn't he a city employee? He's public
He was the one
works,
recording
isn't
us.
he? He's public works, isn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Kansas Freedom News is here. He said be right back in about 4 minutes.
Yep. Hey man, aren't you public works? Huh? Aren't you on the clock? Really? Okay. And your county's like doesn't have a lot of money, right? Well, I'm kind of getting at, isn't this a waste to be on the clock playing on your phone? Oh, sure. You've been there for close to an hour.
Thank you.
Okay, just what's your name?
Dawn?
Dawn?
Yes, sir.
Dawn what?
Dawn?
Just Dawn? Dawn?
What do you need?
No, I'm just asking your names.
Public assistance?
Huh?
What do you need?
I'm just asking your name.
Yeah, Dawn.
Dawn, okay. So Dawn's out there just hanging out. And he's been filming us on and off.
He was filming specifically me.
And so it's interesting, Don, that you would mention, because I got to go ahead and tell you, you need to preserve all that footage that you took of us.
I do.
Yeah. And this is all being recorded right now. You need to preserve that footage. The reason is because you're a public employee and you did that on the clock. We're going to subpoena that from you.
Okay.
An open record request actually will get it for us. So you need to preserve that. Thank you. So Don just suscepted himself to a public record request, and let's make sure we can get him identified, because he won't tell us his last name.
Anyway, on that,
I want to make sure if we can find out a last name for him so that we can do the public record request properly.
something I can help you guys with?
No, we're just trying to get somebody to identify you and tell us your last name.
I appreciate if you.
We're just trying to get somebody to tell us your last name, or you could.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, I'm on a phone call right now, so I'd appreciate you guys stand by a little bit.
Somebody got his last name?
These guys are harassing me. I'm gonna have to go.
Oh,
They're claiming we're harassing him.
Thank you. Yep, bye.
Ding dong.
You guys have a good day.
Don, what's your last name?
Got enough information.
Okay, somebody tell us who his last name is. We'll figure it out. Who is this? Employee number. He don't probably have one. Oh, thanks, Don Sanders. Appreciate it. Yeah, your citizens do too. Thank you for wasting their money. Yep. Appreciate you guys. And maybe these guys are going to learn the power of what's going on here. You know, they don't have to tell us their name. Other people will. And he tries to claim that we're harassing him. He took video of us as a public employee working on the public dime and is going to act like we're harassing him.
So during the meeting, when I got up from my front row seat to walk to the back, Don there, that guy, he was filming, and he specifically like turned his phone and he was holding it like this, just filming me standing there, which, hey, you know, if you want to film, whatever. But
well, and they all saw him filming me. There he goes.
I'm waving.
They all saw him
thumbs
filming me
up.
with the camera turned around backwards while we were still in the meeting room.
Man, they just fucking scatter like cockroaches, don't they? He was doing important business. Now he's driving out of here.
Yeah, that was important business he was conducting there.
So anyways, what do you think, man?
Well, I'm
Drop this
waiting
off
for
there?
people to come out, man. I'm honestly not giving up on this one until I see that Paul Dean guy again. Whoop, we dropped you. We're back up. We'll go out here so we can get a good look on both sides. Because I want to talk to that Paul Dean guy again before he leaves, because he's the one that's going to have to advise them that all this stuff that they're doing is bullshit. So there's the Elk County Courthouse, guys. Got Dreaded Accountability live on scene in Elk County, Kansas. We're going to get some answers eventually.
Man, how's that for service? Michael says, hey, somebody in the chat, tell us his name, and then boom, we had it.
Yeah, I think Elk County's starting to figure out what's up. So what we got? It says it's 3:25 up there on the courthouse clock. Is that right?
Yep.
Man, I'd love to see some video of Watts. Somebody told me they saw him at the liquor store over the weekend, but I don't know if there's video of that or not. But I'd love to see Watts that out working his back off when he's trying to claim that Robert gave him a lifelong injury that he already had. Yep, just waiting for the chickens to come out. They're all in there roosting and laying eggs right now. Yep. It's sad. It's sad, really, that you got to go to this length in a rural area to get these people to understand. I mean, you'd think this would be, you know, gun-toting, Constitution-loving America out here. You know?
It's warped thinking. It's very surprising to see the compliance here.
Yeah. Well,
you know, it's also interesting that Paul Dean said, he specifically said that executive session that they had with the sheriff and Jill Gillett was not about us. But how does he even get to confirm that it's not about us?
well, that's technically would be a violation of his executive session.
I would think so.
To say,
They're not
that,
supposed
say
to
what
say
it was
would
not about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Paul, you might want to consider that. I think the executive session rules say that you're not supposed to say anything, not just what it's not about. And what else was it not about? Would you mind mentioning that?
Right, exactly. So we could go down the list. If he's going to freely tell us what it's not about,
right,
then we could get to what it was about.
Well, we got a pretty decent vantage point on the courthouse here. We got both sides covered. We can see where they're going to come out, unless they come out a back door and try to scurry real quick.
Scurry over to the sheriff's department.
Yeah, yeah.
Quick, I got you guys.
We'll meet them over there to file that complaint. I'm filing mine today at least. This is crazy. And what they don't understand is, like we've said several times, is we came down here out of concern for one case, and they've created so many more.
Created headaches for themselves where there didn't need to be any.
Yep. I gotta go grab my Dr. Pepper bottle before they claim my litter.
Yeah, really.
Quite a day. Quite a day. How we doing?
All right. Hot as shit out here now.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of thinking we ought to go back inside. Yep. Well, let's go back inside. We're gonna return to the commission meeting and wait for them in there. It's getting too dang hot out here. Can't have citizens out here roasted to death, man. They should know better than that. Whoop, I think we got to go to the other door over here. Yeah, that one's not a door you go in and out of. Can't go in and out that door.
Yep. I don't even have a clue on that.
Mr. Dean,
Case notes on that other.
we've gotten no answers on these charges.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to tell you. The clerk's office is where charges are filed.
Well, we've been told by a deputy that we've been charged, and it was given to the DA, and we're under this threat by the deputy. So is a couple other citizens here, and I don't think that's necessarily the way it's supposed to work, is it? If he's
I've
actually,
told you what I can tell you.
these are charges from July 9th. How long does it take to actually generate something?
I don't handle those matters. I don't
Okay.
deal with that.
But, and then the other question I would have is, in the executive session, if you didn't discuss us, what did you discuss?
I thought it was pretty clear that we went in for legal regarding courthouse security. That was
Courthouse
stated.
security?
Yep.
Okay. And that courthouse security entails the fact that people are coming there filming and such, and that Fourth Amendment violations are happening at the door?
That was an executive session. I've made all the comment I'm going to make at this point.
But you already confirmed what the executive session was not
Yeah.
about, which is technically a violation already. How about we just go ahead and tell us what was going on?
All right, gentlemen, if that's the way it's going to be, have a good day.
What do you mean if that's the way? We're the ones under charge and under threat of charges, sir.
From what you've told me, nobody's charged you with a thing. And I don't know why you're
We-
asking me about it. I am not
You're
the
their county
attorney.
counselor. You're the one that should be advising them not to
Commission
do
does
these
not-
things.
The commission does not file charges. That's the county attorney.
Right, but you're the county counselor, the one that would be charged with defending these actions in federal court, no? Is that correct?
Depends on what the whole situation is.
So then they're going to hire outside counsel to deal with charges that come in federal court as a result of this, sir. An ounce of prevention goes a long way.
Again, it would depend on what the entire situation is.
And I'll say
You're asking
again,
me to speculate on something
an ounce
that
of
has not come
prevention
to
is
pass.
worth a pound of cure, sir.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
They've just literally got nothing, do they? They're all going to back it up, brother. They're all going to back it up.
The issue then is like the issue then is going back to Deputy Love saying and the sheriff as well.
Yeah, hence that complaint.
That's the issue.
And hence the C-post complaint that's going to have to be submitted. Yep, I think we go submit the complaint to the sheriff department and see how that goes and see where we go from there. You don't want to do yours today? All right. How come? You want to save it for another day, huh? Well, I'm just really shocked that the county counselor wouldn't, I mean, they're talking about courthouse security, which obviously has to do with the fact that people are showing up and alleging Fourth Amendment violations at that door. And then over here at the sheriff's department, the same thing's happening. Fourth Amendment violations at the door. Got to throw my bottle away. Don't want to be accused of littering. That's a capital offense here in Elk County, I'm sure. Huh?
They don't really know if you're recording.
Right.
They don't really know. I mean, we don't want to be dishonest and deceptive.
Well, I
For
think
them to just say like, hey, you can't record because you're holding your phone.
I'm pretty sure they all know we're recording.
I know. But it's not like it's a gift.
But Elk County citizens, I mean, pay attention. They're not willing to come out and enforce. And that says something because they know it is a rights violation. If they thought they could arrest us for that, trust me, they would have come out and done it. As far as we're under their skin, they would have come out and done it. All right. Hello? All right, I'll push the button. That's good. Yeah, I've got this complaint to submit and I'm hoping to get a copy. Thank you. All right.
It's so weird, this black class right here. I do not understand it. Talk about not making a good relationship between the community and law enforcement. They're deathly afraid of being seen by the community.
This is just more of that us against them mentality. They're treating everybody as though they're a threat when no real threat has actually been made. All right.
Do you want the original?
Doesn't matter to me. I don't see that they required any kind of a phone number. So we're gonna just submit it as is. And we're gonna be down here enough to be checking on this, but I'm gonna let everybody in Elk County know that this complaint has been submitted. And ma'am, I'm sorry, there's no receiving signature on there. I'm gonna need that signature, please.
Do what?
There's a line there for the receiving staff to sign and date.
I'm not signing anything.
Ma'am, you're the receiving staff of that complaint.
Oh my God.
Ma'am, you're the receiving staff of that complaint. It needs to be signed. That's how it works.
Holy shit. Can you get somebody that will sign it then, lady? Jeez. This ain't hard.
It's their form. I mean,
There's no accountability. It's like, I'm not signing it. I took it, but I'm not signing it. Like, why? What's the issue? Why would you not sign it?
I don't.
Because they're so fucking afraid.
Ma'am, this form has a line on it for receiving staff. We need that signed, please. Ma'am. That form has a line on it that says receiving staff and it's signed and date. We need that signed and dated noting that it's been received. I know you can hear me without this phone. We have no other way to know that it's been received other than our own documentation, and we know the department lies. So all we need is a signature of sign and date. I don't understand this because they could easily have us out of this office, no problem.
I know.
But you know, here's what's going to happen. We're here. So I guess we're hanging out until we get that signature. Hanging out, violating the sheriff's no recording order. We'll just camp out here. This may actually require a camp trailer to get this crap solved. What do you think, Doctor?
I just think she should just sign it or get somebody that can sign it and just be done with it. I don't understand why they're being so standoffish about everything.
Well, and the easy way to get us out of here would be to sign the form and move on. But we can't do that.
So first she tried to give us the wrong fucking form, and then when we get the right form, they won't even follow their own shit and sign the fucking
Right,
thing.
and this is what's wrong in police departments across the country and sheriff's departments here, obviously.
Just sign the fucking thing. You took receipt of it.
Doug
Just
says they
sign
want to
it.
have us arrested, but Doug, the problem is they got nothing to charge. We've done nothing wrong. We're within their systems. We're filing a complaint. The complaint has a line on it that says received by, and that's honestly the only way the citizen has to prove that the complaint was actually submitted.
Yeah. And they sign it, we'll go about our business. Sign it and we would leave.
I mean, and I say this all the time. I don't come down to make good video. I make video because I'm coming down. You have to. If you don't make video, people would you guys literally, if you hadn't seen all this stuff today in video, would you believe that it's actually happening this way?
Yeah,
Seriously.
It would just be another story. Like, oh, good one. Yeah, man.
Right.
It's fucked up that happened. But now you get to watch it. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's totally different. Like
Exactly.
the Sidon thing.
If I told you about it, your eyes would probably glaze over. But oh, that's great, man. That's great. I'm
Yeah,
like,
to
no,
see
it
it on
really
video.
happened that way. It really happened. I'm telling you. But you see it on video, and it brings it into focus.
Yeah.
It hits it home, obviously.
And Dick says, that's why we do what we do, document everything. It's not that hard. And 100% right what they said.
Right, and so they're just passing the buck of responsibility. She's like, I'm not signing anything. Well, then why are you taking the forms? Take it to somebody that can sign it so we can have some responsibility and accountability.
Right.
Paper trail. Who we know to go to if that shit gets fucking lost.
And beyond that, why extend this, obviously, because the way they're looking at it, like we're some kind of huge threat to them or something, and that we're just a nuisance. Why extend that out any longer than it needs to be for yourselves?
Right, I'm
Just sign the form so that we can move on with our day.
I'm looking at it as they're now harassing us.
Exactly.
Sign the fucking form so we can get about our business, man. This is
They're
fucking with us.
intentionally making things difficult
They're
to
fucking with
deter
us.
people from using these avenues. And if the county attorney and the county, what do they call him, the county counselor, he's their civil guy.
Yeah.
If they can't understand that, and they can't understand what's going on here, this is straight up in deterrence as a result of just making the process intimidating.
Right. Yeah, talk about intimidating and harassment. They've had those words thrown around at us today of just showing up. Meanwhile, completely making it impossible to submit this paperwork properly. How is that not harassment?
Well, and this is the office that demands ID to even talk to the sheriff too.
Fucking form.
There's a lot of stuff here that just gonna have to change. Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? It is. Oh, you don't pay any attention to the trolls. I'm not. They're just good for stats. I appreciate them watching too.
Somebody trolling.
Apparently, somebody said something about pay no attention to the trolls.
That's right, Dove. That's right. It's the classic gaslighting technique to accuse the people of what you're doing.
Yeah. Passive aggressive gaslighting. And now we're the threat, right?
Yeah.
We're being threatening by being here, holding our government accountable and demanding that they do what they're supposed to do with that form.
Right. It's like you guys put that on there,
No.
You put it on there, not us.
You can damn near hear what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Exactly.
I know, isn't it the most damnedest thing? And the one sheriff candidate, I know I said this earlier, but it's worth saying again, John Helms, he said the first thing I'm going to do when I become sheriff is I'm going to get that black glass.
I think his name is not John. I think it starts with a D. David.
Oh, David,
His name's
yeah,
David.
David Helms. He said the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to replace that black, I'm going to get rid of that black glass.
Yep.
It is the most striking thing. It's almost kind of disorienting. You walk in here and you're like, where the fuck do I talk to somebody out in here?
Ay, 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 ay. Oh, looked like the security light went off. I wonder if that means their camera up there went off.
Well, and that's the other thing. Like they get to record. They get that one up on the citizens because they get to record, but probably because they're fearful and they want to document everything, but we don't get that.
Well, they want
us.
to be able to use anything that we do or say as a basis for some kind of a criminal charge.
I know.
And
so the more they restrict, the more
Right.
likely they're to say.
And that's why it's very important for you to have your own footage. That way they can't just say you did something and not produce the footage and until the very last minute and drag you through everything, because that's what Jill Gillett's doing. I mean, she had that discovery since April and just dragging Robert along even longer.
I know, and then being evasive about it when the judge asked her when she got the medical records.
And
she said, a while ago. And so she kept talking. The judge did a good job, came back and said, what's a while ago mean?
Yeah,
Miss
when?
Gillett. And she said, oh, sometime in April. She couldn't even get an exact date. There's no trail. It's probably because there's no signatures on shit is what it is.
Yeah.
There's no trail. She can't give you an exact date of when she came across that information because she's trying to obfuscate and trying to make it seem, trying to blur it and make it muddy and trying to sneak one past the judge. She's a fucking snake.
Well, and what's going on here is basically snake type shit too.
It is, man.
Ma'am, can we get that form just signed saying it's been received? Then we can leave. It's real easy. We're not leaving today until that happens. I mean, I realize you guys scare your citizens around here into compliance, but that's just not going to work now. Especially after finding out that there weren't really any charges. Now we just need to know whatever's going on here. I'm going to get his license. I'm going to submit. We get home, I'm writing up the complaint to C-Post. Joe can't lie like this. He can't lie like this.
Well, and the sheriff too. You asked him specifically, Joe, if the sheriff was aware of it, and he said, "Yeah, the sheriff's aware of what I'm doing."
Yep.
Sheriff fucking ratified it. Green light. He didn't stop it. That's for sure.
I'll crop that video and send it over to Michelle Myers so she doesn't have to watch the whole thing. She can just watch Joe lie.
That's the thing, man. These guys' mouths are moving. They're fucking lying around here.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you guys hanging in. We're staying up in the 150s. That's impressive, man. I never thought people were staying in it that long, but we appreciate you guys being here. All we need is a signature, and then we'd probably be done.
That's it.
You guys can move along to another video, but there's plenty of other stuff from Elk County to watch. But this is kind of wild. I don't quite understand what the obstruction is here. It's a mental block of some sort.
So this complaint form says here that this is the complaint form.
Yeah, that's Justin's form.
And so you have the area to fill out your complaint, your name, date, and then down below it says office use only, and it has 2 signatures there for receiving staff and date. And so that's what we're waiting on.
It's all we need.
Just that it's been received, basic fucking paperwork stuff, basic administrative clerical stuff that they just are absolutely refusing to do. And she said, I'm not signing anything, is what she said.
Well, somebody's going to need to, because somebody at the sheriff's office is going to receive that complaint, and the person behind the window is actually the person that received it, because she's got the original back there with her now. And so whatever's going on, we'll be able to find out who's on duty back there eventually through an open record request. It's going to be even easier in discovery. This is just dumb. And now I understand why Robert and Jennifer needed help with this stuff. It makes no sense. Nice. So instead of filling out one on Deputy Love, as you can see here, Justin is actually going to fill out one on the front office worker for not doing her job. And then we'll need another complaint form. So this is another situation where one issue is now going to turn into how many, Justin? We got one more. You think it'll turn into 2 or 3 more?
Could.
One issue becomes 3 other issues just because of an obtuse individual that refuses to do their job.
And today's date is the
Yep.
29th.
Today's the 29th. Yep, Tim, that's what Justin's doing right now. And then we'll need another complaint form. And we can keep doing this over and over and over if we need to. She's moving around back there, so it's obvious she's not stuck in one spot. And it looks like there's somebody else back there too. That glass is really hard to see through, but you can. No, Karen, we don't actually have her name because these office ladies don't like to identify themselves. But I'm pretty suspicious that it's probably Penny. Penny's been the person that's been behind the glass that's been the most problem for us. So we just need somebody to sign that the complaint's received, and then they're going to be receiving this other complaint on whoever this office person is. This is almost hilarious if it wasn't so stupid. Acting like little children. You can't have any of our candy. It's our candy. You can't have any. AB says, Dr. Shady, keep writing. Keep writing. Yeah, see, he does it the right way. He starts out single line so he can go on and on and on and on. Maybe go to the post office and get it sent, return receipt requested. There's an idea of submitting complaints to the sheriff's department. You definitely get a complaint received then.
Yeah. Front office worker refused to sign a separate complaint form that complaint had been received by the sheriff's office. She stated, I'm not signing anything. How do we know if the complaint has been received or no one will sign for it?
And then put in addition, refused to, hung up her phone, etc. Rude, because she was rude because she hung up the phone on me earlier. I'd do a second.
I'm just gonna stick with that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stick with that.
Yeah, we're gonna need two more blank forms as well. Hello? I think she's taking the phone and putting it.
Hi there, I have another complaint form that I'd like to submit and get a copy of and signed receipt, please. This one's on you, so thank you.
And then if we could get two more complaint
and then-
forms?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear what you said, lady. Got a complaint form here.
Can we get two more complaint forms as well?
And then can you sign receipt for that too? Why not? Can you get somebody from the office to use that and sign that then? You're totally busy? You're about as rude of a person as there is. You know that, right? You are unprofessional and rude.
We need to
For no reason.
Did she give us two more complaint forms?
This bitch didn't fucking sign receipt for it.
People are asking for the phone number. I'm not gonna say to call, but I put information in the description about the county because people do need to know how to redress their grievances with their county. I'm not gonna say to call, and if you do decide to call, please keep it respectful and don't be nasty toward people. I just want the form signed and we need two blanks.
I just don't understand why she's being so rude about it. We're not the fucking enemy here. We're submitting paperwork.
Yep. Yep, it's the adversarial nature of things.
And then they want to say that we're the ones that are fucking ratcheting up shit and we're the ones escalating. Fucking bullshit.
Well, at some point, the sheriff's gonna have to come in here and make us leave, and we can get him to sign it then, before we actually leave. So that's about the only thing I got right now, is hang out and wait till he gets here. When he tells us to leave, we'll be happy to just sign those two forms received.
I cannot believe it. It's so simple. It's so simple. And that's where the way
There's no mayor, Todd. This is a county, like these little towns, they're all ruled by the county government. I don't think there's a mayor for Howard. If there is, somebody can let us know.
And let's say any other business where you're doing basically face-to-face with the customer, if that form says it needs to be signed and she's absolutely refusing to do it, and absolutely refusing to take it to somebody that could sign it, she should be fired for not doing her fucking job. She's refusing to do her job. But they're all in the same club, so it'll be fine for her to do that.
Well, it's gonna be fine for certain ones of them to get away with stuff like that, but people that have law enforcement licenses that lie tend to lose them. That's where this is ultimately headed. The more officers that want to get involved in this, the more certifications we can work to get pulled. And there's not a mayor of the county, guys. They're ruled by a 3-person commission. And there's no reason to call them for this. This is a sheriff department issue. The sheriff's the one that needs to handle this, and apparently right now, to avoid the situation, he's claiming that he's too busy to be here. They had to rush out of the county commission meeting earlier. You saw him running out of there with his head all red. I mean, I can tell that meeting didn't go well for him. And we heard from the county counsellor, Paul Dean, that they were discussing security measures at the courthouse. And I think it's obvious that they realized that they're having some problems there, and some things are going to have to be changed. It's Howard, Kansas, but this is actually going to be Elk County is what you're going to be looking for. We're just the county over from Independence, Kansas, which is in Montgomery County. Somebody asked if Penny knows Josh Seiden.
Yeah. Her name's Penny Seiden. It's his sister.
There is a mayor of Howard, huh? His name is Richard Clark. Well, Richard Clark, I just want the form to be signed so that we can move on with our day.
$3:53.
Okay, so
It's
we have
hot
another
as
hour.
fuck. It's hot as fuck in here.
Outside it's worse. I'd rather be sitting right here. Yeah, it's true. The Attorney General in Kansas really doesn't care about this stuff. He's kind of a tool as well.
Oh, speak for yourself. He's leading the charge on the back scenes, man.
Well, I mean, about stuff like this, about core violations.
Well, the thing about
it's
it
a
is,
hurdle all the time.
Well, it is, but the thing about, like, when you get to that level, I think people have a misconception that if they shoot off an email to the AG, that he's just sitting there waiting. Oh, here's your email. Here I go. No, AGs get thousands of emails. They're attorneys working on cases. They're not just sitting there. So it's basically a black hole just by the description of the job. So anytime anybody points us to the AG, it's just basically saying, yeah, good luck. Right. So we got to do other things. There's got to be other steps before getting to the AG.
Well,
and if there's not, then it's just raising awareness and having the people decide that I've had enough of this shit.
It said we're going to enjoy dinner at Sweet and Spicy. I told Justin we're going to have to go there and get a burger.
Oh, is that place?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think her name was Connie that runs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to swing over there and get some food when we're done. If she'll serve us, hopefully we didn't offend her too. I think that was her at the county meeting, wasn't it? I thought I saw her there.
I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Huh, maybe.
Ma'am, can you just sign our form so that we can leave? Just showing that they've been received by the sheriff's office, that's all that is. Oh, Jesus, the phones are going to ring off that too. Guys, I'm sorry. Let's sign the form so that we can leave. Come on, guys. Just sign the form so we can leave. To sign or not to sign, that is the question somebody put.
To not sign is what it is for these assholes. Sign the forms and be off. Emergency in Elk County.
Guys, if you are calling, don't be rude. And don't cause an issue.
Yeah, so I understand that there is an emergency going on. I get all that, and
but there's still office business to conduct, and she's here.
There's still office business to conduct, and all we're asking for is just a signature on the form. We're not asking the screeching halt, emergency needs to wait. We're not asking for that. Just, and just say, give me 5 minutes, I'll sign it in a sec. If that's what it is.
I'm not signing anything.
Yeah,
I'm not signing anything.
I'm not signing anything. It's unbelievable. Unfucking believable that they're being like this for no reason. There's no reason for that bitch not to sign the fucking form. No reason at all.
Yep.
Other than that she's being a fucking bitch, and also
don't ease up.
Well, that's what she's being.
Well, I don't want to get them all worked up and have somebody try to come in here and arrest. Somebody said
Okay.
Suzanne's behind the mirror.
Well, if she doesn't want to be
Seems
called a
like
bitch, then she needs to be stopped being a bitch. Just sign the fucking forms.
Well, let's not inflame it. Let's just get our form signed so that we can leave. That's what I want to do. We already know the charges that they're putting on us. They've already put us through hell over these charges.
Exactly.
Threatening stuff.
They should be saying, oh, sorry, yeah, let me sign that. Sorry, guys. Sorry, go back to business. Man, you guys, yeah, they really
Threatening all kinds of charges against us, and that's all we're here trying to find out is why we've been threatened with charges and why your police officers are colluding with the DA to act like we're going to be charged. That's all we're trying to do. But you do it to your own citizens, and now you did it to the wrong people. We're not somebody that's just going to lay down and take charges from somebody, and they can't even buck up and show us the charge, man. There's going to be complaints coming in right and left, and love, I'm going after your CPO certification. That complaint is getting emailed directly to Michelle Meyer tonight. Because you can't do that kind of stuff. Not to me, not to your own citizens, not to anybody.
Yep. And hopefully there's some justice in the world.
Well, like I said, I get those postings, and later on I'll share the PDF somehow. I'll figure out how I can share that somewhere. But I get these emails from CPOST, they're CPOST updates, and they list out all the different officers that have had their certifications revoked. And it's crazy. The simple stuff that gets a certification revoked, just lying about one thing, and you can have your certification revoked. This guy has actually lied to try to intimidate people and to try to harass people out of expressing their rights.
Man, that's awesome. Too bad there's not something like that for attorneys.
AD says maybe Jill's doing pocket warrants. I'd love to see a pocket warrant show up here. I'd love to see a pocket warrant. Let's go that route if they want to.
What would that do?
Oh, they'd show up with a warrant for our arrest.
Well.
Yeah. They'd go into some judge and make up some story and get him to sign a warrant, then show up here and throw us in cuffs and take us back to the booking room, and probably have Watts come in off maintenance duty to beat our asses for us.
Well, I'm going to introduce you to my friend Watts,
Yeah.
like they did with Robert.
Yeah, let me introduce you to maintenance man Watts.
That's what I feel like when I'm standing right here. They're just going to open the door and be like,
Yeah.
away you go. Never to be seen again.
Well, and the funny thing is last night I was telling my wife, I was like, I've come to terms with the fact that I could end up locked up in a back room somewhere getting the shit kicked out of me, and I'm good with it. I'm good. And the reason is because I'm going to get paid, and if they kill me, some change is going to come, one or the other.
Yeah.
And I told Lockhart that a long time ago. He was going to have to kill me to stop me, and that's how this rolls, man.
Right.
I'd like to citizens arrest them, OTO, because the kind of stuff they're doing, I wish I could get away with that. We need to citizens arrest the sheriff, but the only way it seems that we can do that is to vote him out of office first, because he has all the power here. All we need is a signature on a couple complaint forms that have been submitted, and we could already be on our way home. And the good thing is we can let Elk County know this already. They're not delaying anything, because normally after an excursion like this, I'd have to sit down for several hours tonight and put the video together and everything. Hell, it's already out there. I'll have to wait a couple days for this one to process, as long as it's going though. We're working on 3 hours now. That's insane.
It really is. It's unnecessary.
It's 4 o'clock, Randall says.
Yeah, 150 people. That's awesome.
Yeah, speaking of Ohio, that judge that thinks boneless chicken can have bones, that was kind of funny too. I saw that one on Steve Laden's channel. Guys, I'm telling you, this town needs more cameras. I mean, if anybody's traveling through Kansas, or you're coming down toward the Wichita area, swing by Howard and just do a records request yourself and see how it goes.
Or even just the citizens. And trust me, when I say that, I understand that there is risk that goes with that. I understand why people wouldn't want to, because once you're in the spotlight of law enforcement, I get all that. You run the risk of retaliation, intimidation, arrest, all that shit. So it's not like I'm just coming over to Elk County and saying, you guys need to do it and see you guys later. No, coming from Lawrence and doing just that, you have to be able to fucking stand up and exercise your rights. You just have to. Consequences be damned. Somebody said in there in the chat about not being something about being fearful. Well, the thing about it is,
That's what they
Yes,
count on.
those things do create fear in people. That creates fear. Well, that's where courage comes in. You cannot be courageous if there's not fear there. So you have to face that fear and be courageous and accept the responsibility that there might be consequences for you shining light on things. But is it important or not? Is it important enough for you to sit in a chat? Is it important enough for you to actually show up? We'll see.
There weren't enough people in that council meeting. I can tell you right now that I have talked to more residents of this county that are disturbed by what's going on than what was in that county meeting today. So
And I
if
get
the
that's
whole-
at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday, but still.
Bones does not always equal no bones,
That was
Sambo says.
That was their ruin. That was their ruin.
Well, and Justin and I were talking about the places where you go and you order chicken wings and they bring you out something that looks like a small drumstick.
Chicken legs, chicken wing. I know. This is
Pocket warrants, yeah, they're hidden from the system. They're ones you can't find out about it until they're actually executed on you, usually at the most inopportune time. Guys, we just need ma'am, are you Penny? We just need a signature.
That's it.
Just two documents there received.
Because you did receive them. You got copies of them.
You got our originals back there.
Sign it and we'll go.
Man, oh man.
Could have been gone 30 minutes ago.
Man, oh man. Well, if nothing else, I think this is clear that if we were committing that big of a crime with the photography not being allowed in here, somebody surely would have already been here to arrest us, I would think. So I'm pretty sure you citizens that are around here, that no photography, no recording thing, I'm just going to tell you right now that this is an open public hallway access to speak to the sheriff's department. The area that you're not supposed to record is behind that door there. And that's feasible. You know, when you go back there, you're possibly seeing some private documents and some investigative files and things like that. The sheriff's department obviously has none of that out here. And there ain't a chance in hell you're seeing anything behind that glass. They've made that abundantly clear. You know, even with a clear glass, they don't have a standing to prohibit recording in here. It'd be incumbent upon them to protect the documents behind the glass.
Mm-hmm.
That's clear, and that's been ruled on already. So the idea that they can prevent recording and photography in here is just absurd.
I'll tell you one other thing that was upsetting earlier when me and Michael were up outside of the district attorney's, the county attorney's office there in the courthouse, Jill Gillett. She told us we couldn't even be in there. She said, you guys have to leave. Like, why? Why do we have to leave?
She said we couldn't be recording inside the judicial area.
She said we couldn't be in the courthouse. She said we had to leave.
Oh.
Like, oh really? We have to leave? Why? Why do we have to leave?
Can the lady upstairs sign it? Which lady upstairs? AB, which one are you talking about? And I wouldn't think so, because the county is not the sheriff's department. The sheriff is a freestanding public official. He's elected. And so he would be unilaterally responsible for this department, the way I would understand things.
Or as Sheriff Jay Armbrister says, the only complaint you can file on him is at the election box.
He's talking about Jenny. But see, the problem, she's in the DA's office. She's in the, what do you mean, Clinton? You spoke with her. Is she gonna sign? And did she accept responsibility for it? Here's another one. I'm wondering if those dreads are real. You're an idiot.
Let me address that real quick. So everywhere I go, people just automatically assume that I'm deceiving people, that I don't have a PhD, that my credentials aren't my credentials, and that even my fucking hair is fake, that I am such a lame loser that I make up credentials and wear a fucking wig around. Yes, the fucking dreads are real.
AB, again, the sheriff's department is a freestanding office. Having it being signed by another office isn't the sheriff's department receiving it. And I don't think that's something we can accept. It needs to be received by the sheriff's department.
Wait, who are they saying said they would sign for it?
Well, AB and Clinton Hansen are saying to take it over to Jenny over in the county attorney's office. But the issue with that is, again, they're two separate offices, and that's not the sheriff receiving it.
Right.
And this is real simple. All the lady has to do is scribble her name on there and put a date, and we'd have been gone.
I mean, she received it. So in essence, she's saying she didn't even receive it.
Right.
I didn't receive it.
Right. Yep. So here we sit with you all enjoying the afternoon. We're in air conditioning. I don't know about you guys, but it's not too bad in here. At least they don't keep it hot out here expecting everybody to be criminals. Oh boy. Just a signature. That's all we need. A couple signatures. Pretty easy. There's somebody else back there now. There's somebody else back there. We can hear them talking. They're even joking and laughing, apparently. Spoke with her long enough to what? To give me her name and hung up on me. Penny did. Or Jenny over in the other office.
Really? Jenny did?
Yeah, Jenny was pretty nice to us. Let's not bother
That was in the
her. Her name is Suzanne, he says.
The DA's office?
Clint, what office was that, Clint? Suzanne, I thought it was, somebody just went out the back door. Somebody said they want us to keep coming down. If that's the case, I mean, they're learning how to do it real easy. I don't see any new vehicles outside, do you? Nobody's pulled up out front? This is kind of insane. All we need is a couple signatures. Ah, boy. I don't know how many people get to do audits like this just sitting down in an office, though. It's kind of cool. I mean, we got the easy job today. We don't have to walk around and look for them, and we're not, we don't have somebody here trying to rush us out.
Except they were being fucking harassed for no reason.
Yeah. Her name is Suzanne behind the glass there? Okay. So Suzanne, we just need a signature, please.
It would be one thing if she said, all right, give me 30 minutes. But she doesn't need to say, give me 30 minutes and I'll sign it. But she's made, and we could sit here and wait. But she's made it clear she is not going to sign it. She's not going to sign it.
And it's not about being too busy. She's just not going to sign.
It does not. She's already done the motion of receiving it. She just needs to actually just sign that she's received it. It's like she's afraid to put her name on a form because it might come back to bite her in the ass. Like, you're just receiving it, lady. You're just receiving it.
Yeah, it's not really that hard. Just stamp it, initial it, and received, and yeah, she can do it in crayon if she wants. I agree.
Or find somebody with the balls to sign it.
Yeah. Real easy. Real easy. Suzanne is the one in the sheriff's office. So that's Suzanne back there. So, such is what it is.
I agree, Rats.
I
mean, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, the lens up to the glass. I thought about that. Can you see?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it right there. Somebody just walked by.
Ma'am, we just need our signatures. 2 signatures on these forms.
Oh yeah, you can see her. She's sliding away. It's like some sick kind of power control move that they have going on here. Just sign the fucking form.
It's just power. Here, let's get up there and we'll see. It's just power. Yeah, you can see back there.
Now she moved down over here. She's in her chair. Slid by.
Yeah, but the more I bring it out.
She's got her back towards us in the chair.
Guys, we just need these 2 forms signed.
Just come in here and just film right there.
Yeah, but you can't because the camera
angle.
Yeah, see, it lets too much light in.
So that's her hand right there. She's sitting right there.
Wow. Ma'am, can you just sign these 2 forms received so that we can go?
Or get somebody that will?
Yeah, or have somebody else do it for you, but we need it signed received in the sheriff's department.
Do you treat all citizens this way?
I think they do.
There's no reason not to sign it or have somebody sign it. It's your form. You've already received it. The act of receiving is done. Just verify it.
I think they all do treat their citizens this way. That's the unfortunate thing about it, and that's part of why we're down here, is because they do treat everybody this way. This is kind of insane.
It's so unnecessary.
Yep.
This is the kind of stuff that gives them people a bad name and don't like government employees. This is the kind of shit.
Yep.
There's no concern about their own reputation or the field or anything like that. They're just bitches and controlling. That's it.
Yep. And, you know, I'm just now down to 3 bars on my backup, so we got probably another 12 hours I can record here if we need to.
So you saying let the good times roll? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I'm here until I get signed saying that my complaint was received. So, I mean, that's what's going to happen here eventually. Somebody's going to have to sign that saying that they received it. Well, AB, she's the only one that can call a deputy, apparently. She's the dispatcher, and she's not going to call anybody. She keeps claiming they're all busy. Let the good times roll, Doctor. Dr. Slim, he says. So they said they could see her head. When you give tiny people a little power, that's exactly right.
Exactly, and it's
Tiny
like
people,
total.
just
It's
a
that
little bit of
us
power.
versus them. It's the humanizing aspect of it. Like fuck those guys out there. We're not doing that shit for them.
Right.
'Cause they're not even important enough for us to fucking sign a form.
It's like the
They can
commissioner
sit there
when
and
he
waste their
says we're
time.
not residents of Elk County, so we don't matter.
Right, yeah, he's asking me where I live. Excuse me? Fuck you.
Yep. No, we're not calling. I mean, we're here. Why do we need to call somebody? She knows we're back there. She's the one that we would be calling anyway.
There's a phone right there.
Yeah, there's no point to try to call her because it's not going to change anything. We're sitting here waiting, and that's what we're going to have to do until they're not busy enough to come sign these forms, apparently. We're going to get a signature today before we leave saying that these 2 complaints have been received. And I expect to receive at least a blank form that we can make copies of ourselves. And I'll just scan that one in and save it, so we'll have our own forms going forward and we won't have to mess with her. Because it's obvious we're going to need a lot of them. We may need to just put them online so that people here around here can get a hold of them so that they can file them. Because obviously they don't like handing them out to people. Try to give us witness statements like we're making a confession. What was that?
Exactly. That's what that seemed like. We'll get them to unknowingly admit to something.
Yeah.
Detective Joe Love.
Hell, the only thing he could detect is a bag of Cheetos.
That's the truth.
Oh, man. Man, AB, I wish the residents would rise up down here. A lot of them are just too scared to. They're fearful of the retribution that goes on down here.
Or there's also like the ladies in the meeting today. There's that automatically siding with the government over anything a citizen might be doing. Always the government.
And you know, they're at the point in the feed that's all in there. The conversation that Justin had with that woman, and it's very interesting, that conversation, because she wanted to assign an aggression with us that she was not willing to acknowledge that happens with the police and things like this. They have a reason to, we don't.
And an aggression based on just the words that are saying fuck, not like making a threat, nothing aggressive about it other than that it's a word that they find disrespectful.
Yeah, yeah.
And so for them, that's more, something more to get outraged over than the actual fact of this kind of stuff.
Yep.
I mean, that lady sitting there would not like being treated like this.
No,
she would not like it.
No, she
would not like it.
Earning the hate, that's right.
That's what I was trying to tell her. Put yourself in my shoes.
Yeah.
They have disrespected me by trying to charge me with something I didn't do, and I can't come in and say, you're a fucking asshole to anybody in here? Why?
Man, this is kind of perfect though. I mean, they really give us a good studio here to work with. I mean, we've got that mirror there. I can point it toward her and we get a view of us as well. I mean, it's great. I mean, guys, literally, if you find a sheriff's office or somebody like this or someplace like this, I mean, consider using it as a studio. If you need a court request done or something and they won't give you a form, I mean, just come in and wait on it. And I mean, I think Todd would be proud. We've been holding a conversation, holding an audience here.
Of course, man.
I think Todd's even in here.
We'll call this like, welcome back to Black Glass Hour.
Yeah, Black Glass Hour. I like it. Maybe we'll need to get a mirror at home just so that we can do this.
Dark Glass Hour with dreaded accountability.
We've been talking about a podcast. Maybe that'll have to be what it is. Dark Glass Hour.
Dark Glass
Hour. Dark Glass Hour.
Brought to you by
Dreaded Accountability. That's right, they can't handle the truth. We're going to have an intro that has Jack Nicholson saying, you can't handle the truth.
And also, you fucked with the wrong Marine. Even though we're not Marines.
The wrong Marine.
You fucked with the wrong sailors.
Oh, these guys. And it's just like that knucklehead that called me the other day. You're just creating content, people. You're just creating content. We've been ready to go for how long now?
We would have shut the camera off an hour ago and not even wanted this content if we could just get out of here.
Man, this is the thing. And like you say, they just always draw a bad card, man.
They do. They draw a bad card. They draw a bad card. Always.
Man, I hope we get out of here before Sweet and Spicy closes, man. I'm really looking forward to that hamburger.
Were they saying that they close at 5?
No, I don't think so.
Somebody said they open at 5, and I wonder.
Oh, well, maybe they close in the afternoon. Some of these smaller towns, the restaurants will close in the afternoon and they open for dinner.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah. Tim says we ought to order a pizza and have it delivered here.
I saw that. Well, if there's anybody here in Elk County that does want to meet and talk, that'd be great.
Yep.
I'd love to talk with people here. It'd be great.
Yep, they do bring all the attention on themselves, man. Dick just said that. That's real. Because we wouldn't even be here. We came down to talk about court requests, that if they would have just handled those court requests, we would have moved on.
I mean, just think about that. Just think about that.
You know? Robert and Jennifer reached out to Dick for a little bit of help. He showed us what was going on. Here we are. Now, I told Robert the other night, I said, hell, this ain't even about you anymore. They attacked us.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, along that timeline there, Dick makes a great point when Jill Gillett says that we released that information, but just from a timeline perspective, Jill said that she got that information in April and that Watts didn't want to turn over the medical information because he was worried about it getting put out more. Well, in the timeline, Dick wasn't even aware of anything here in Elk County until June. And then he got in contact with Michael, and then Michael said it was the beginning of July before I even saw what was happening here.
Yeah.
So Watts couldn't have said, I'm afraid more of my stuff will get out from the media by giving this to you, if we weren't even aware of it.
Right.
First of all, we don't have it.
She had the evidence for 2 months before we were even knowing about this
So
case.
she's lying that Watts was saying, I don't want to give this to you because I think those media guys are going to get it again.
And here's the bad thing.
What are you talking about? We didn't even know what was anything about this until June and July.
Now here's the worst part about this, guys, and listen close, because the judge has to maintain his judicial independence. And the only way that he can do that is they have to swear off any contact about the case from any party not involved directly in the court hearing. Now we can all see what's happening. And she's doing this, hey, thanks, he donated $1.99 toward a pepperoni slice.
All right.
But we can see Jill lying in the court hearing, and we all know all the backstory of the evidence and the lies, but the judge has not seen any of that yet. We're still in pretrial phases. He hasn't watched all the video and watched all the evidence of everything that's happened, so she's basically telling him a story that he has no way to doubt. And even if we try to clarify the facts for him, our communication isn't going to get to him because of that rule about the judicial independence that he has to maintain. Now, in speaking to one of the 13th district clerks, or one of the assistants, her name was Dawn, she told me that she'd have to get back to me whether he's even going to be made aware of my communication after the hearing is finished. Because I told her, I said, at the end of the trial, when he's allowed to look at these things, he definitely needs to know about the lies that are going on in his courtroom. I'm really shocked that they wouldn't want to address this right away, and I guess the only way to do it is going to be through the ODA complaints.
Right.
And
right,
you know, what is bad about this is we have a situation where we have a corrupt sheriff that's running in a primary that's August 6th. Nobody is going to adjudicate anything about any of this before August 6th. That's just a few days away. So what happens when that sheriff gets elected? If he does. I'm hoping he doesn't. I'm hoping that the people are going to choose somebody else. But if he gets elected, the only way that you're going to have to get rid of him is he's going to be criminally charged, or he's going to have his certification revoked in either way, depending on what gets adjudicated. But he's obviously messing with the wrong field. But what's going to happen is your county's going to have to pay for a special sheriff's election. And then they're going to have a whole nother election for who's going to be sheriff.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with Valdez, the DA over there in Douglas County. Election coming up, ODA seems to be sitting on those complaints. I submitted a complaint on Valdez and Seiden for Seiden dressing up with me, or like me. I submitted it July 11th, and just this past Friday, I hadn't heard a word that it was received, there was assigned, nothing. So I called up there and they looked it up and they're like, yep, we've received them. And I was like, okay, can you tell me the status of them, please? And she said they've been assigned to an investigator. And I said, oh yeah, who's that? And they said Kathleen, whatever her name is. It's the same lady lawyer, Kathleen, up at the ODA that investigated my complaint against Seiden for when I went in there those 2 times, and he was recording me and we had our interaction. He was preventing me from submitting court requests there in person. Same person that's going to be reviewing that. I just wonder if they're...
Oh, hey, Tim said, Flo, is that Flo? I don't know. Somebody said that they would personally deliver from Sweet and Spicy. You want to order a couple burgers?
I'd rather go over there.
Okay, we'd rather go sit down. So we appreciate that, but we'll wait.
Man, it would be cool to sit in here and eat. Next thing we'll come out with like a cheeseburger with a no through it, and it'll say, except for love.
No food or drink. That's the next sign. No food or drink except for Joe. Oh my God.
Anything those rascally citizens do, we gotta outlaw it.
Oh man, all we need is a couple signatures and they're just sitting here prolonging this thing. This is unbelievable. God. Suzanne, we just need a couple signatures on those documents and we'll be out of here. Can you just sign those received by the sheriff's office, please?
You know, your job.
Somebody said that Sweet and Spicy is open 5 to 8. Okay. They have good burgers down there, Sweet and Spicy. So if you're down in Elk County, you gotta swing by and grab one.
They are really good. They are really good.
I'm a right-wing radical extremist. That's right, Robert. That's what they've labeled us.
That's Robert.
Yeah.
Robert Walker.
Yep, we're just right-wing radical extremists sitting here waiting for our form to get signed. Oh boy, it's on it. This is stunning. KFN, what are you doing, man? You need to keep that 20 and get yourself a car so you can get down here more often. God dang it, we need you in the game, buddy. Come on, we just need a form signed. Yeah, Doug, we appreciate everybody in here today watching. I really don't know where this is going to end up. I mean, they're going to have somebody come lock this door at the end of the day. And if that's Suzanne, we're at least going to get to know what she looks like for sure. If it's a sheriff's deputy, then I'm going to expect one of them to sign to receive those complaints. So in any event, we're gonna end up getting our signature one way or the other. So, yeah, it's just a waiting game. Play some music. Well, we don't have any music. Who's this? Is that our clerk over there?
It's one of them that were in the meeting earlier. She might be opening the door here, Mark.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Hello, is there a deputy here? Is there a deputy here I can talk to? Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, I'll get a hold of somebody. Thank you.
It'd be really fucked up if she's like, yeah, I'll send one out there for you real quick. Wouldn't it be fucked up?
Well, at least they maintain the storyline.
I'd be like, what? There is a
So I guess since the lady here, who was she?
She was one of the county.
She was the one that got up and walked out for a while when you were speaking. She got offended and left for a little while. I can't remember what exactly she did.
Oh, that's a citable offense. I offended her.
Yeah. Well, around here it is. I mean, I think that's what love is drumming up on everybody, that somebody got offended, so now you're a criminal. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Here we are, working up a hunger.
I know, I'm starving. I'm starving.
Oh, man. One signature on one form, one signature on another form, and we'd be out of here. Guys, you guys keep saying FOIA requests and CORA requests. Here's the problem. We've submitted a number of requests that they just simply don't respond to, period. So until I'm not going to submit a whole ton of them until I can start getting responses, because I don't want to have to track all that stuff later.
And the other thing about that is, and then when they do respond to them, like KFN, for example, Kansas Freedom News, they wouldn't release it to what he said was his assistant, and then they wouldn't even release it. There's not a person here to release it to him when he got here to pick it up. It's
Dick,
like a black hole.
Dick, actually, if you want to make a call down here and see if they'll give us your CORA request as well, and I'll pay for it and you can reimburse me if they'll do that. I don't know if they will. Love wanted to give it to us that first time we were down here and didn't seem like it was that big of a deal. All we needed was the money.
Even when we were telling him that's not us.
Right.
Like, here,
take it. No, that's not our request.
Different request, Joe.
Well, I just thought you all were together.
Now we are together.
And
Things change.
Here's the interesting thing about that CORA request, because technically what we could do is we could request the same request, and the only thing they could charge us for is a copy fee, because they've already pulled all the records.
Awesome.
But I bet they tried to charge the time and energy just like they did everybody else.
I'm sure.
Suzanne, can we just get a couple signatures on these documents, please, showing they've been received by the sheriff?
We get it. You're in control. We get it. Can you sign the forms now?
Oh, boy. Yep. As what was that show that the guy used to go, yeah.
I don't know. What is it?
Name that show, guys. Who was it that would sit back and go, yeah. It was some sitcom back in the 70s or 80s. I can't remember what it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, at least no sunburn indoors. That's right, AB. This is one of the easiest 1A audits I've ever done. Put it on a tripod and just leave it there. Was it Barney Miller? I don't think it was Barney Miller, man. That did the yep. I didn't think that's who it was. Sanford and Son, Happy Days, getting all kinds of. Oh yeah, it was Al from Happy Days. That's right. Remember Al from Happy Days when they?
I never really watched Happy Days. I'm familiar with it and the Fonz and what's his name? The redhead.
Richie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I never watched it.
Man, oh man. Couple signatures is all this. Happy days. Happy days are yours and mine.
I cannot believe how ridiculous this is and pointless and
Anybody-
unnecessary it is. Just sign the
Yeah,
fucking
it's
form.
like, we'll be here till 5, otherwise somebody could just sign. Nobody calls 911. Oh yeah, this is Elk County 911. This is an episode of Elk County 911. Like Reno
Cast of
911.
characters, isn't it? Cast of characters. You have the overweight fucking sheriff and deputies are just Keystone Cop bumbling motherfuckers.
Is it 4:30 really? Randall just said 4:30. Is that what time it is?
Yep.
Holy cow. Al's Burgers. Yep. Big Al. What'd you say there? I missed that. I hope they don't have friends at that spicy burger joint. May ask them to split your order.
Why? What's that mean?
He said may ask them to spit in your order. No, I don't think they'll do that.
Dude, I just, people fail to realize how much we really are hated. I mean, Lawrence fucking hates me eating at a restaurant. Whatever, man. They'll do that shit. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck 'em.
I don't think that'd happen at the Sweet and Spicy.
No.
Tune in tomorrow as we continue the saga. Is somebody going to come in here tomorrow? You never know when we're going to show up. I don't think they expected us to show up today.
Well, here's my prediction on that. And this isn't a dig on anyone in particular, but the answer is no. Because everyone runs their mouth. You know, talk is cheap, and everyone runs their mouth. When it's time to fucking put the rubber to the road and actually show up, people don't. And I say that from experience. I started a mask mandate protest back in 2021, and I would get people that would stop by all the time, like, oh man, I support you, I'm gonna stop by, man, I'm gonna stop by, I'm gonna stand here with you. And at the beginning, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I can't wait, it's catching on.
Man, Kansas angling experience, but 1999, man, thank you, appreciate that. That's not why we do this, guys. I guess they're buying us dinner tonight. But
And so what ends up happening then is that people would never show up, and so over time, people would be like, I'm coming tomorrow, and I'd be like, okay, we'll see. Everybody is far more courageous than they actually are. I'll just tell you that much.
Yep. Thank you guys. I appreciate dinner tonight because that's basically what that'll do is that'll buy us dinner. So I really appreciate that. We don't do this for that though. Whether any money comes toward us or not, this is not about that, man. This is about somebody that needed some help to expose some stuff, and god dang, what we didn't stumble on down here. You know, we could have been in and out of here in a day or two, you know, one or two visits and fix things and get them to recognize what's going on. But Christ, when there's so much going on here and the violations are just repetitive across the entire county, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? I think the only option is to keep pressuring and keep coming back.
And when it's personal, Joe Love, they didn't have to move to charge us with anything. They didn't have to do that, but they did.
And Jill didn't have to lie about us in court.
No, she didn't, but she did. And so here we fucking are. Sitting here waiting for some bureaucrat chicken shit to sign a fucking form for us.
So apparently Kansas Freedom News called down there again. Person who handles that isn't available. I said, isn't that convenient? They never are. She said, isn't it convenient you all sit in their lobby? So I guess she doesn't like us sitting in the lobby.
Who said that?
Apparently Dick must have called down here and talked to Suzanne. But I mean, it's easy to get us out of the lobby, guys. All you have to do is just sign the form. That's all we're here for. Sign the form, receive that the complaint has been received by the sheriff's department. We get in the car and we leave and we go eat.
And just to be clear, guys, this isn't us saying, hey, we need you to sign the form. There is a signature line on there saying, for staff only, received by, with a signature line. It's not like we're saying, we need you to sign this.
Right. And
there's on their form.
It's just saying it's been received. It's not like she's adjudicating the complaint or saying that it's valid or validating anything at all. Just signing, saying that it's been received by the sheriff's department. And honestly, if we don't have somebody in the office that's able to do that at this front desk, I mean, when is somebody gonna, do we have to coordinate a visit with a specific deputy or the sheriff himself to be able to submit a document?
As if they'll fucking meet with us.
I mean, how does it work if the person behind the counter here can't just simply receive a document for the sheriff's department when FedEx comes in to deliver documents?
That's what I'm saying. She's refusing to do her job. Somebody in there is refusing to do their job.
Right.
Will they be fired for it? Will they be reprimanded for it? Probably not, because they're all on the same side.
Yeah, somebody said they need a call from James Freeman, but somebody put in the chat earlier that it's James Freeman's birthday. Make sure to wish him a happy birthday today. So maybe we can get him to look down here to Elk County by telling him happy birthday. But I bet he'd have fun down here.
And I think that speaks to our desire to look outside of ourselves for somebody of a higher stature to come in and fix it for us. We need somebody else to come in. No, just come in.
Yeah.
Everybody just come in.
Holy crap. Todd's now put up another $19.99.
Todd,
what are you guys doing?
How does that work? How do you even get that money?
Well, they have this, I didn't even turn it on, it just happens. Todd, thanks a bunch. There's a thing in their supers and I didn't unclick it and I didn't even really know what it was when I first set this up. And people can donate certain amounts of money, whatever they want, or $1.99 or $2.99 if they see something they like is the way that works.
But it doesn't just go into a void? Where does it go?
No, it goes into, I think it goes into the earnings for the month on the channel.
Oh, okay. So it's not instantaneous?
Yeah, it's not instantaneous, but I think it goes into the earnings for the month on the channel. And then at the end of the month, like it takes like 20 days and they do an electronic deposit.
Well, that is awesome.
Yeah,
Michael appreciates that.
Yeah, they're called super chats. And the interesting thing is a lot of people accuse me of doing this to make money. And you guys would laugh if you saw the earnings. I think in the 3 years that I've been monetized, it's totaled somewhere around $3,300. And I can guarantee you that I've spent more in open record requests, gasoline getting places, and bail money than that.
Right.
Read your super chat. What's it? Does it say something? I don't know. Take Dr. Hottie on a nice date. Don't forget to pull his chair out for him like a gentleman. Look him deeply in the eyes and say, "You complete me."
I don't require all that.
I love it. I love it.
Is that from Todd?
That's from Todd. You complete me, Justin.
Well, you can't have dreaded accountability without dreaded.
Right? Right? I like that. What did the other one say? I guess we need to go back and read these other ones if I can get to it without messing this up. There it is. Have a burger and a bourbon on me. Long day for you fellas. That's what Kansas Angling Experience says.
That's awesome.
That guy's quite a fisherman, man. He keeps reeling in some big ass fish. I mean, I'm talking about huge stuff that he keeps showing on his page.
If your name is Kansas Angling Experience, you gotta back it up.
And he does, I think he's out on, if I looked at it right, it looks like he's on Clinton Lake and he does like little fishing excursions for people. Is that right, guy? Are you in there still?
He's over in Douglas County?
Yeah, I think he's out of Douglas County and does fishing excursions on Clinton Lake. At least the lake that I saw pictured looked like the shape of Clinton Lake. But
cool.
Man, I just can't believe that this is going to come down to the 5 p.m. hour without anybody willing to just sign saying that they've received the documents. 10 years going strong, he says. Yes, sir.
Really?
Well, I like the fish that you're pulling in, man. They look nice. They're real big, a lot bigger than anything I ever caught. My grandma used to get mad at me because I wasn't patient enough. I'd go swimming and if something didn't grab my pole very much, I'd jump in the water and she'd always tell me I was scaring the fish and she wouldn't catch anything. It's funny till they make it not that funny anymore. Well, we'll see how funny they want to get. You know, we can be funny too. So. Like a set of silver bracelets? Yeah, I don't think that's coming. We haven't really done anything for them to put bracelets on us, guys. That's the thing. This is simple government redress. This is simple citizen journalism, holding government accountable to the rules that they're supposed to follow. They're all the time holding us accountable to the codes and the rules that they want us to follow. This is just putting the shoe on the other foot. And if you do it right, there are no silver bracelets coming. Someone has come out to lock up. Well, yeah, someone has to come out to lock up. You're right. And so whoever that person is that locks the front door, you know, we're at least gonna know who that is. I don't know if that's gonna be Suzanne, but again, if a deputy comes in to lock that door, there's no reason they can't sign our forms saying that they've been received.
It'll just be our classic response. I wasn't involved in that. I'm not getting into that. That wasn't me. I didn't receive them. That's somebody else. See you guys. See ya.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they do.
Just, Rat says, I love that you guys are laughing and having a good time there. That just gets their goat. Well, I mean, what else are we supposed to do? We're supposed to just sit out here all pissed off and yell at them? That's not going to get us anywhere. I mean, this is simple persistence. This is a battle of wills right now, and they're going to do the right thing eventually.
And make no mistake about it, this is harassment, and this is an intimidation attempt, and this is a power flex on their part.
Yeah, this is a way for them to show us not to come back, and a way for them to show the citizens not to bother. Sheriff should be telling them to do the job. Exactly, Russ. The sheriff should have already told her that, but instead, the sheriff is part of the problem here.
Yes, exactly. So instead of her being reprimanded, being told what to do, even fired,
she's probably being told exactly how to delay this even more, and she's probably being told, just go along with this. I got you.
Yep, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I got your back.
You know, the county commissioners, and let them know what you have going on. We tried that earlier. We talked to them at the county commission meeting earlier, and they don't want to take any responsibility for this. Even telling them that they have oversight over the sheriff doesn't mean anything to them, even though they go into a executive session to discuss courthouse security with the sheriff. They're obviously going to have some oversight over the sheriff department and their county security stuff.
Right. And you know they're getting there's funding.
Right.
Boom, right away. That's called oversight.
Exactly. And the county commissioners, maybe they can't say you have to do this,
right?
But they can
they
can sure work with the county counselor to craft policies that the sheriff has to stay within. And that's the responsibility of Paul Dean that he is neglecting to take a hold of if he's actually not acknowledging that that is what he's supposed to be doing for this county. They're paying him for his counsel. And this is exactly what he should be doing, is counseling those commissioners how to avoid the problems that we're running into right here, and the problems that are going to end up costing this county money.
And so then the issue with everyone saying, like, I don't have oversight with them, or I'm not connected to them, there's nothing I can do about it, well, then it just brings us right back to here, the sheriff. And so the only way to fix it is to go through their own process to investigate themselves, instead of somebody from the outside of the commission looking at it. They're looking at it themselves, and they just push it in the trash and say, there's no problem, what are you talking about?
Right.
And nobody's watching them.
And
so everyone says, that's not me, that's them, but then nobody ever looks and sees what's going on.
Yep. And that's exactly why the C-Post complaint on Joe Love is going to have to happen. And because if they're not going to hold themselves accountable, we can go to a different agency that will.
Well, and the fucking sheriff too. The sheriff too.
I think the sheriff.
But according to Jay Armbruster, we wouldn't even be able to file a complaint because only the ballot box is the only complaint place.
Well, no, actually, a sheriff can have a C-Post complaint as well, and they can lose their certification and be removed from the job. That can happen.
Awesome.
If a sheriff was to lose his certification, he can no longer be sheriff. Because when they come in and they don't already have a certification, they are issued a provisional. And that can be revoked as well.
Right.
When C-Post revokes a certification, you're no longer in law enforcement. And I'm afraid that's where Joe Love is heading with his lies. Especially with this lie about trying to charge us and using that as an intimidation tactic. The sheriff can be answerable to the DOJ as well, a higher authority like that, sure. And that's basically what the C-Post revocation process would be. And it's honestly the easiest one to go through. You know, trying to get a hold of the DOJ or KBI is not an easy thing to do. And they've got so much higher priority cases, they think. Now, I would challenge that this sheriff is a bigger problem than what people are acknowledging. But those higher oversight agencies like the DOJ and the KBI and the FBI and those things, they're involved in so many other things that they're not going to stop to look at the sheriff. Is that somebody pulling up out front here? I saw looked like a window glare.
Somebody drove by.
Nope, nobody pulling up. Well, doggone it.
15 more.
15 more minutes till 5 o'clock. I wonder how long the office will stay open after 5 tonight. Think they'll just leave it unlocked and not have anybody come lock up?
Man, it's cool that there's still a lot of people in here.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out watching.
Yeah. Just listening to you guys talking.
Waiting on records that should have already been done probably an hour ago by now. Let's see, we were at 3 hours a little bit ago when I made a comment about it, and now we're coming up on 2 hours and 2:30 on the 230 minutes, so that's going to be another 50 minutes after I made a comment earlier. So we've been sitting here 50 minutes since then, just waiting on a couple signatures. You know, we just need a couple signatures on there saying that it's been received by the Sheriff's Department. It's not that difficult. Suzanne's back there. You know, it's not that hard. And you know, the reality is the public is free to wait here for the sheriff. You know, if the sheriff's not available and he can't be here, we can sit here and wait. Please take a picture and videos of your meal. Justin doesn't know this, but I've got a little clip of him that I'm dropping into videos. And I don't know that he's seen it yet because he must not have seen it in the one that I put in. But last time we were down here and we were eating that burger or something, he gave me this little look that said like, "You touch my burger,
There's a picture, right?
Kill you."
Yeah, you put it in the community post.
Yeah, but I actually got on our iPhone. It not only does the picture, but it's got that little
live
2-second live video, and that 2-second live video is Justin turning his head.
Hands off. Yeah.
Hands off my food.
No, it was good. It was good. Good food.
Oh boy, this is insane. Insanity, insane in the membrane. Remember that song?
Well, I do. I like.
Well, I think some of the viewers are getting just as bored as we are waiting on this thing. We're dropping down in the 140s. I hope everybody doesn't leave. We're going to see what happens here at 5 o'clock. They're going to have to do something. She's still up moving around back there. All we need is our form signed and we'll be ready to roll. Cali burrito with queso. No, I want the hamburger today, man. Big ass burger. I just can't believe this is so obtuse of a process, guys. This is an obtuse process. See if they even answer.
She goes, yes. Can you please stop fucking with us and sign these forms or find someone that can so we can go about our business? There's no reason why you cannot. We're doing it to you by sitting out here. If you, she hung up on me.
What are we doing to her?
She said by sitting out there while we're waiting on the deputy, is what she said.
What am I doing?
She said, I said, can you please stop fucking with us and sign this? She's like, well, you're doing it to us by sitting out there while we're waiting for the deputy.
She's saying that we're fucking with her by waiting for the deputy?
Yep, she is.
Lady, all we need is a couple signatures showing that it's been received. How is that a messing with you?
When she picked up, she goes, yes.
I heard. But that's the thing.
Completely unprofessional.
That's the thing around here. Every time they do something wrong, they try to make it like we're the one causing the problem.
Exactly.
We've been here for an hour waiting on 2 signatures saying that 2 forms have been received. That's insane to try to blame, and we see that everywhere. They try to turn around and blame it on the individual citizen and make them the problem. That's how government works.
Well, it's also that mindset of they accuse you of doing exactly what they're doing.
Right.
So they're fucking with us, but we're fucking with them accordingly.
Right. They're going to claim harassment. And they're waiting on the deputy to get here. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see how that works.
Yep.
They've tried to charge us already. I'm pretty
that.
sure if they were going to charge us with something, they could be here with cuffs doing it.
Well, maybe, and conveniently enough, he'll show up at 5.
Well, we shall see. I just wish somebody would sign that form so that we can leave.
It's pretty simple.
We would be gone if those forms just had a signature showing that they were received by the Sheriff's Department.
Which you did receive them.
Accusing us of messing with you is just skirting your responsibility. I'm sorry.
Fucking bitch. Entirely unprofessional.
Mm-hmm.
Entirely.
But again, untouchable with no oversight. Nobody wanting to take responsibility for anything.
The bitchy way she answers the phone, yes. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you again?
Yeah.
You lowly citizen that wants me to sign the form. What do you want? How dare you?
Exactly, Brandon. They have a bad habit of trying to shift the blame for the different situations that they get involved in. And there's no reason for it. Just handle people straight up and handle the business that's supposed to be handled, and people can move on with their day. Nowhere down here have we received anything other than just straight up obstruction.
Obstruction, the entire way. The entire way.
In every single office. I mean, I gotta tell you, the ladies
Court
upstairs in the court clerk's office, they were awesome. The ladies in the clerk's office, they were awesome.
Well, the DA's assistant that answered the door, that was weird because she just stood there staring at us. I had to ask her, like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't under.
I think she was a little, I don't know, maybe she got a warning that we were there and she was unsure what to do. I don't know.
I can understand when you're like met with something.
Yeah.
That you're not expecting.
I thought she was
but
fine
still,
though.
you could say hi.
Once we got past that, I thought she was fine, you know.
You could acknowledge that, yes, we're communicating right now to one another. Yes, okay, that's a good start.
Jill trying to say that we were going to get arrested for stalking was hilarious.
Unbelievable.
And that we couldn't record in the judicial building, or the judicial areas, I think is what she said.
Yep, area is what she said.
Yeah, we're government. How dare you expect us to do our job? That's right, Brandon.
I bet the next time we go over there, they'll have those signs up there.
Well, good for them.
I bet they will.
Good for them.
I bet they will. The court area.
Good for them.
Which, can you define the court area, please, Jill? What does
Well,
that mean?
and
Court
the
area?
court area
Is it this
is
entire
clear.
block around here, court area?
No, and see, that's the thing. That's codified already. That the
Right.
court area is the
The
courtroom.
door, yep, the door to
The
the
judge
courtroom.
can shut down any kind of recording he wants inside that courtroom.
The court area.
Yeah, the open public hallways are just that, open public hallways. And until somebody wants to make a law that says we can't be there. And somebody tried to compare the federal to the state. The federal buildings are locked down. However, there is actually a Kansas state law. I think, God, I'm trying to think of what it was. It wasn't that 2402, was it?
I don't know.
2402.
I don't know. What's it in reference to?
In
What would
reference to the
What would it actually be?
Kansas courtrooms being an open public hallway unless there's magnetometers, and even with the magnetometers, you're still allowed to record. You just get searched on your way in, and you can't bring weapons in. And obviously, the Kansas open weapons statutes apply, where if they have the signs, you can't bring them in, which the sheriff department doesn't. So technically, I could have been having my gun in here. I took it off because we're going into the courthouse where it's not allowed.
Yep. And when they try to trump up bullshit misdemeanor charges, you have a firearm on it.
Exactly, it becomes a
It's
felony.
aggravated and it goes up to felonies.
Yep. Yep. I agree.
So you
contact dismantle. This is a total betrayal of public trust.
Yep.
Yep.
And everyone gets to see it.
I hear a male voice back there. Maybe we got somebody that's going to sign these documents received. We got somebody here that's going to sign these documents
Hey
received.
guys.
Hey guys.
What do you want me to sign for you guys?
I just need those 2 documents signed received by somebody at the sheriff's department, and then I'd like another blank complaint form that we can take with us and make copies of.
So you want another complaint form? Okay.
Yep. She's already received them in the back. She's got the originals back there.
Okay.
What's your name?
Debbie Beaumont.
Beaumont?
Yep.
Beaumont. That lady back there is entirely unprofessional and reflects absolutely shit on your department.
Okay,
Absolute shit. And
I
everybody
get it.
out there is watching it. All she had to do was sign it.
And Deputy Beaumont, these signs on your door that say you can't record inside here, we'd like those taken down.
That's up to the sheriff. That ain't me, okay?
Okay.
And,
You wanna
and no
let-
comments on anything else, okay? I'm just here to sign this for you.
Gotcha.
And let's continue our day, okay?
All right.
We would have continued an hour ago.
Hour and a half ago we've been here.
And we don't even know if you've actually received it. Other than that you're signed it. Are you guys recording right now?
You guys are recording right now?
Absolutely.
Both of you? Okay.
Yep. What's the date?
And your name, sir?
Dan.
Dan what?
No comment.
Dan,
Why do we
you're,
have-
you're a public employee. We're gonna need to request that body cam footage. I'm gonna need your last name for that, please. Officer Beaumont, would you please tell us Dan's last name so that we can request that body
I'm
cam
not gonna
footage?
give out his.
Why is
you want
this
a copy
so
of that?
damn difficult? We have to tell you
You
our
want to tell
names.
your names when you come somewhere?
Horse shit, I didn't.
About your
Horse
name?
shit, I didn't.
No, you were rabbit or something like that. That's
What?
I heard.
Rabbit? What are you talking about, Dan? Get your facts straight, Rabbit.
Officer Beaumont.
Alright guys, I signed them. I'll go get you some copies,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
Give me just a second.
Coward, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God. So Dan doesn't want to tell us the last name, so we'll just do another record request that they won't respond to for that. Is there anybody locally watching that wants to tell us Dan's last name so that we can tell him what his last name is when he comes back out? because that usually seems the way it works. Anybody around here that doesn't want to identify, the locals know you guys. Why be a jerk? Why be a jerk? We're gonna find out your last name.
It's cowardly. Just say your last name. Who are you? It's your name. It's your name.
They're sure as hell throwing mine out there and yours.
Exactly. We have to come in here and announce our fucking names.
Come on, somebody. Who's Dan the jailer? Tell us his last name. Dan Yella? Is that really his last name? Yella?
Like a coward.
Yeah, that sounds like a coward thing. That's not really his last name, is
Sounds
it?
right, though. Sounds right.
We're getting the other complaint form. Beaumont said he was getting it for it. Dickley Dan, I don't think that's either. Somebody that's around here, tell us Dan's last name if you would. Knowing the law would be nice for cops to do. Yes, you're right, Duff. You are 100% right. You and your old man tell us that all the time. Might be Beaumont's father-in-law. Could be. I mean, down here, he's somebody's father-in-law, I'm sure.
Isn't that funny? Beaumont's father-in-law.
Dan the dog man.
And they have all been just trained to just say no comment.
Right.
Like,
right. They think no comment's going to save them. Unfortunately, that's not the way it's going to work. Anybody know Dan's last name? I hope we can get it up there before he comes back in. Crap. We'll find out his last name eventually. So we got Beaumont and Dan both recording.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, you got that raw complaint form that we can make copies of?
Oh, I will tell them. Sorry, I forgot all about
That's
that.
all right.
So you just want more copies of these?
Just the blank, we just need one more blank form that we can make our own copies of from here on
Okay,
out.
let me
That
see
way
what
we
I
don't
can
have
do.
to go through this trying to get a form, because last time she tried to give us witness statements.
Okay, I will tell them, and then I'll let them. Okay, and we'll try to
Okay.
get them right to you.
Yeah,
Okay?
is that Suzanne right there?
What's that?
Is that Suzanne right there?
No.
Who's that? Is that Penny?
I'm not gonna comment on that. Okay.
So you can't tell us who that person is that we're making a complaint on?
Hey, I'm not gonna comment. Okay, I'm not gonna be part of it. So.
You're not gonna be part
Anyways,
of it.
I'll get you
Okay.
some more. Okay.
told you.
Yeah, nobody's commenting. She's literally back there saying, nope, they can't have one.
Yep, she's saying no. What a bitch. What a bitch.
Guys, I don't know if you heard that, but we could hear her clear as day saying, nope, nope.
Beaumont goes back there and said they want another complaint
She
form.
was
said,
going to
"Nope,
refuse
nope,
the form.
Nope.
Nope, nope, can't have one.
Can't submit complaints against us. We're above the complaint.
Kansas Freedom News said he heard it. Guys, this is the kind of treatment that you get in Elk County. This is specifically why we're here and specifically why we've sat here for an hour and a half. And it's plain freaking stupid. Hold on, they're still yelling. I want to hear what's saying. Let me get up here close. Oh, she's mad as hell. She's mad as hell.
Fuck her.
She's still carrying on back there. I can't quite hear her though.
Fuck her. Fuck her. It's appalling that we have to identify ourselves, but when we ask them who they are, they're just like,
yeah,
nope, not doing it. You have to, but I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody says here, man, there's some special kind of stupid going on in that building, and you are absolutely right. God, I wish I could hear her. She dropped an F-bomb. Yeah, we know that's the jailer that slammed the door. Does anybody know Dan's last name?
It is. We meet again, Dan.
Yeah.
This time at this door.
He said, my friend John, what? Your friend John was in an accident on the way home from the meeting? What? BA, are you serious?
He was in the chat. He was in the chat after that. John? DuPoint?
Yes, they are okay. Dick, is this real that there was an accident and everything's fine though, right?
Is that the emergency?
Hi guys.
What?
We were told that you have the voluntary statements and that is the forms that you need.
Ma'am.
You guys can have a great day.
We have complaint forms, you have complaint forms, and we heard your argument with the deputy. We want a blank complaint form that we can take with us to make our own copies. We're not leaving without it.
Okay, have a great day.
Tell the deputy to get us the blank complaint form. We're not leaving without it.
It's because she got into a pissing contest.
Yeah, she got in a fight with the deputy over it, and he's going to capitulate to her.
We didn't ask for a witness form, we asked for a complaint form. Thank you.
She's still back there yelling.
What a cunt.
She's still back there yelling. Throwing a hissy fit over a complaint form.
What was his name? Beaumont?
Yeah, Deputy Beaumont. She's not even going to answer now.
I think she hung up on me.
Yeah. So literally serious, guys. She got in a pissing match with Deputy Beaumont back there, and now she's just not going to give the form. And she's overruling the deputy. And you can see her there coming up and hanging up the phone.
Hanging up on me.
You can see her coming up and hanging up the phone. All we need is a blank complaint form to take with us so that we can make copies. We'll make our own copies.
Hello? Deputy Beaumont, please. We need our complaint form, please. I didn't ask for a witness thing. I asked for a complaint form, please.
Ma'am, the witness statement is
We're
not
not going to do that. We want an official complaint form, please. You gave us two earlier. Why can't we get another one? Why not? Why not?
You're creating the complaints yourself.
She said you ain't getting no
Very
more.
professional, by the way.
Oh yeah, you're gonna come at me for professionalism when you've been acting like this the entire time? Just give us the complaint form. Just give us the complaint form. Stop being like this. Just give us the complaint
There's
form.
no need to be like this. Just give us the complaint form and we'll leave.
I am just telling you what I was told is the papers that you guys have are our complaint forms.
Who told you that?
Our sheriff.
You gave us a complaint form though.
So the sheriff is saying that we can't have a complaint form, is that right?
No, he's saying that you already have our complaint forms.
Ma'am,
No, we have a witness form.
we
don't want a witness
we
form.
know what the complaint form looks like, and I think it's time for you to just give us another copy of the complaint form so that we can leave. We will make our own copies from here on out to avoid all this.
Why are you being like this? Damn. Damn.
You are making content, lady. I can't believe this, that you're gonna go to this length.
Hey, Beaumont, I see you. Hey, Beaumont, you ain't busy.
Can
I
we
see
get
you.
our complaint form, please? And we'll leave.
Beaumont ain't busy. He's back there talking to him. I see him all standing there.
All we need is a complaint form and we'll be out of here. That's all we need. God, these guys, man.
She came at me and said, oh, real professional. First of all, I don't have to be professional. I ain't in a fucking job right here. Second of all, that's rich. Bitch, you've been nothing but unprofessional this entire time. And then you get met with it a little bit back and you want to fucking cry?
All we need is a complaint form like the two that we just submitted, and you know, it's not that hard. The sheriff could come in here and refuse it himself if he's really going to be that way.
And she never once, until the very, very end, said, we're waiting for the deputy to come sign it. She never said that. She just said, I'm not going to sign it. Not that I've got the deputy coming, guys. He'll be right there. None of that stuff. None of it.
Right. Somebody said they just called and asked for a complaint form. I doubt we get one. I doubt you get one. They ain't going to email it to you, I bet. I don't know if they do email back there. She doesn't seem too bright to handle that.
It's 5:05.
All we need is a complaint form and we'll go. Insanity. Even the jailer knew what the complaint form was last time, right? No, Deputy Love did. He knew what the complaint form was. He didn't know what a core form was, but he knew what the complaint form was.
Okay, so again, this is what the lady is now saying is the complaint form, and that specifically says voluntary statement form, and it says here, as attested by my signature below, I acknowledge that I am, and you got to select one. I am not under arrest for, nor am I being detained for the criminal events that I am about to make known. We're doing a complaint form. We're not making known criminal things as of yet. This is totally different. This says I am under arrest for or being detained for the criminal events that I'm about to make known. That's not us. That's not us. We want a complaint form. A complaint form.
This is a witness statement form, and they're just being obtuse because they've already given us the complaint form.
They have. We've submitted them.
And if they would have been cool about stuff and just let us submit the one complaint that, remember, because when we came over here, all we wanted to do was submit my complaint.
And then she started being a bitch, so she got.
And you were going to take your blank copy home, and I could have made copies of that.
Right.
Okay, but now since we've gone this track and played all these games, and you had to write another complaint about her,
we used up our complaint form.
We used up the one. Now we need that complaint form again because of the behavior that we've encountered in here.
Yeah.
What sense does that make?
None. None. It makes no sense. Makes no sense.
This is just absolutely insane and stupid for no reason. There's no reason to go this route. Yeah, they should have blanks in the lobby, and actually, according to the Attorney General, there's supposed to be a Cora brochure out here available to the public, and we've even got the Douglas County people up there to make the Cora forms available out into the public lobby. So by the time we're done, we'll see if they can't get a Cora form out here on the front counter where it's supposed to be. So, you know, you could have either followed the few laws that you were screwing up with, or we can make you follow them all. Jeez, this is just insanity. I'm calling for a mass audit, man. Anybody that wants to come to Kansas and wants to arrange a time to come down here and do a mass audit of this town, preferably on a Monday, preferably on a commission meeting day, let's put about 10 or 12 cameras in the courthouse and see what they think of that.
Ideally, yeah, that'd be great. Ideally.
Oh, we've been documenting everything along the way. We've got so much documentation of this crap, it's choking us.
There's always an excuse when you need one, though.
I wouldn't take that document as a threat of arrest if somebody said, are they threatening you with arrest by putting this document up in there?
What?
I don't see that as a threat of arrest.
What does that mean?
Well, somebody said, are they trying to threaten you with arrest if you fill out a statement?
Oh, yeah, you're...
But no, that's...
Exactly. I don't want to fucking fill something out that I'm not requesting.
Exactly.
I don't want a witness form. I'm not a witness of anything right now.
All we need is a complaint form. Your obtuseness causes us to have to use the blank that we had. We know you have the form. You've given the form already today. The other forms are not the proper forms. We just need a blank complaint form. Boy. There's no reason to have a coronary over this crap, man. Just give us a form and we'll move on. We're witnessing mirror bitch. No, we got the signatures. We got Deputy Beaumont signed our complaints, so we're good there. We just wanted another blank form because we've got more complaints to file, but they want us to fill them out on witness statements. And the interesting thing is Beaumont was going to go get us one. And then Mirror Bitch back there started losing her mind, and we could hear them yelling at each other.
Yeah, she
or
said,
her at least yelling at him.
Not getting you one. Nope. Ring, ring, ring. Kansas, anybody?
All it is we just a piece of paper.
I've called React 6 times.
A piece of paper is all we need. Wow. This is on a whole new level, folks. Obtuse is a bit of a big word for her. 3-letter words, please. They're putting her on tilt. Well, you are witnessing disgusting, unprofessional behavior. That's right. Failure to perform their duties. And this isn't even that hard, man. It's a piece of paper. It's a piece of paper. Did you catch Nicole and John and those with them are okay, but going to the ER just in case to get checked out? Okay.
They were in the accident.
So they were in an accident. Were somebody type in there, were they the ones that everybody went on an emergency for? Okay, I'm coming for my complaint. Who's that? Flo? Oh, she's coming for one. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, that would be outstanding. We'll see. Is that a local?
I think that was who was gonna deliver us burgers if we wanted it.
Yeah.
But no joke, man. This is just insanity. Did she finish primary school? I don't know, man.
It's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary.
This is how government creates their own problems. Kansas Able experience. The phone ringing in the background has me dying. Well, I mean, it's a piece of paper, guys. Just give us a piece of paper and we'll leave. God. It's the power of the media, folks. I know you're not used to it, but now you've got it, and you're going to have to learn how to deal with it. It's going to require a little bit of adjustment, and we're not going to do this obtuse behavior anymore.
And to stop being so damn emotional.
Yeah.
Get your emotions in check, Suzanne.
God. A piece of paper, that's all we need. Beaumont, can we get our piece of paper, please? God, John and Nicole done had an accident, gone to the hospital and get home and we'll still be live.
Like,
Jesus. Jesus. God, come on, guys. Can we just get our piece of paper, please?
They really do need to make those things available on the wall, stack of them.
Yeah, just have a little paper rack out here with complaint forms, core forms, those things
Witness
like that.
forms.
Witness forms, exactly. Exactly. They could make this stuff, and they would take a load off of her back there because she wouldn't have to deal with it. They just walk in, grab the form off the wall, and go.
Fill it out, submit it.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing how this shit fucking works when you stop fucking getting in the way of it.
And that's actually how the AG prescribes that CORA is supposed to work. Those CORA brochures are supposed to be out on the counter.
Yeah.
That's an AG directive that they put down.
But it always makes me wonder about the teeth of that stuff. Like
Well,
the
the only
AG says that, but people don't do it and nothing happens.
Well, the AG can bring a civil penalty for them. I think it's a minimal fine that they pay.
But still.
But, I mean, it's still the AG.
Looking
Yeah.
at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Deputy Beaumont, can we have our form, please? Sheriff's office is open 24/7 here, is that right?
Really? Go eat and come back?
You know, whoever just put that, you're right. That was reactive. So to think she's going through all of this just because she doesn't have to she doesn't have to give us a piece of paper.
She's trying to power control flex.
All we need is just the piece of paper. I thought the place closed at 5. I just figured they'd lock the front door at 5, but you guys.
Do you think they record those?
I don't know, but if you are calling, don't be rude. I don't want that stuff going on, but we just want our form. Just want our complaint form and we'll be out of here. All we need is just the complaint form. You know, the crazy thing is, I bet we've gotten more in super chats today than she's made on this shift.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe we will take that food delivery.
I'll give it a few minutes and see if she actually does come here. If she doesn't, we'll go ahead and go down there.
Yeah, we'll give it a little bit. She said she's coming on. We'll just
Well,
see.
and it looks like I'm probably gonna have to do my thing with one of these to mask all that writing to make it a new blank form, which I guess I can if I have to, but I shouldn't have to. But we'll have our own forms going forward for sure. We'll be able to file all kinds of complaints, and we'll make them available to everybody in the county so that you guys can file your own as well. This is just insanity. So the attorney for all these matters, the lawyer that represents the sheriff department, and for all these matters, it's the Paul Dean.
Does he really?
Yeah.
He represents the sheriff too, huh?
Yeah, he's
Wow.
he's the county counselor. So basically, he's going to handle civil issues like this and give them advice on how to handle these things. Paul Dean is out of an office in Emporia, and the county attorney, Jill Gillett, she's really only responsible for criminal, from what I understand, criminal prosecution. And so her and John work quite closely together. We'd really just like our complaint form, please. This is insanity.
It is. It's so unnecessary. It is so fucking unnecessary. She's fucking with us.
For a close shave called Jill Gillett.
So that's wild that John and Nicole got into a wreck, huh? It sounded really serious. That's wild. What are the odds? The two people we know here. Well, two of them that we know.
Well, yeah. Boy. I don't know, Doc. What do you think?
Well, I want to see if that person will show up. Maybe we'll just wait 10 more minutes. Just 10 minutes, and we'll go eat. Let's see what time it is right now. Right now it's, 5:18. We'll get out of here at 5:30.
Okay.
That sound all right?
Yep. All right, so guys.
But if they're listening to us,
yeah.
maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. They're going to wait us out.
Well, they're probably watching the live feed.
So at this point, we're just waiting to see if somebody will show up. Fuck them.
Where are the locals? Do they even care? Well, here's the issue, man. The locals are controlled by a corrupt sheriff. They know not to mess around, or else the sheriff will come after them, and he'll make up charges like Deputy Love tries to do with people. They did that with John and Nicole in here the other day. You saw the video on my channel where they were harassed just for trying to pick up a CORA request, harassed and charged, according to Deputy Love. He said he charged them with KSA 215922, which is interference with government duties. And that seems to be his go-to thing that he likes to threaten people with.
Yep.
And we saw earlier that the locals in the commission meeting will support them unknowingly and not realizing how that support is actually breeding the corruption.
Yep.
And they need to really educate themselves on what's actually going on around here before the county really does go broke. They're not going to be able to get insurance. I hope you guys stay. Lobby the fuck out of Kansas Angling Experience is offering another 20 to stay.
We can't be bought.
We can't be bought. That's right. That's my response to that. We can't be bought. But we may stay. Who knows? We may have to call for that delivery, though.
So if you're really coming, then bring a couple double cheeseburgers.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, they're telling us to please stay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, AB said please stay.
Are you not entertained?
How long have we got to stay here, guys? If they're open 24/7, I mean, I can't be here all night. Food, water, and sleeping bags. I wonder if they call us homeless and have us arrested.
Well, they've really challenged us. It's tempting. Fuck these guys. If we can get some food, fuck in a bathroom, fuck them. Seriously, fuck them.
Well, boy, they have no traffic in their police scanners. Hey, we got people listening to your traffic. You guys got no traffic going on. We know there's people available to give us a request form. How about we just get that complaint form, please? They can't craft us for interrupting the daily business because we haven't interrupted the daily business. We've been here asking for a damn complaint form. That's all we've done. And we broadcasted it to the world so everybody can see it. What everybody else does is on them.
Mm-hmm.
But all they had to do was give us a complaint form. It's very easy. We would have been gone another half hour ago probably.
And also be more professional. So if there was a thing like, if there was an issue with the complaint form, she could present it in a different way. Just give us a little time. I want to talk to the sheriff, see what it is. She has not been like that at all. She's been intentional obstacle the entire time. Nothing but attitude, nothing but emotional attitude from her for no reason. Entirely unnecessary, entirely unprofessional.
I mean, how long do we... Yeah.
Hey, Flo, are you still in the chat or are you actually coming here? Because it would be...
Website, they close in 8 minutes. Who closes? Not the sweet and spicy. They don't close until 8, I thought. Somebody say the sheriff's office closes, or was that sweet and spicy?
Surely this place ain't open 24 hours a day. I mean, it is.
Look up on your phone and see. Oh, the sheriff's office. They close at 6? Is that what it is? Or at 5:30? Look up on your phone and see. If the sheriff's office truly does close at 5:30, we're going to drive up there and eat.
Open 24 hours. 24 hours.
The sheriff's office is?
Yep. 24 hours.
All right. Guys, we're going to go eat. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. But what do you think?
I'll wait till 5:30.
Well, if Flo's closing, is Flo closing at 5:30 or Coney or whatever that place is, Sweet and Spicy? The Google says 5:30. Shit.
What's the name of it?
Sweet and Spicy.
I was Googling the sheriff. Let's see here.
Yeah, Clinton, don't drive 4 hours.
It's 8 o'clock, 5 to 8.
5 to 8? Okay, we're good. We got a little bit of time here.
Tuesday, well, it's 6 a.m. to 2, and then they open at 5 and close at 8, and then Tuesday's just 6 to 2. Wednesday.
Oh, Flo says we close at 8. So the form that we have on here, does it say Elk County Sheriff's Office? Yes, that's the witness form, but the complaint form didn't have it on there. Complaint form is just a complaint form, I think. Yeah, it just says complaint form on it. It doesn't have any name of the sheriff's office.
Right, they're asking us to fill out a different form. A complaint form is a complaint form. A witness statement is a witness statement. There's no way I would put my name to a witness statement form. And to expect us to do that is, I don't know, it seems like it's leading you in a direction that you don't want to go. You don't want to put yourself as a witness to anything.
Yeah.
It's misleading.
Well, we wouldn't be opposed to a couple of cheeseburgers with fries.
Somebody pulling up there.
Who's this? Is there somebody pulling up?
Yep, let's see here. Civilian.
Oh boy.
This complaint form and witness form is like similar to the boneless and bone wings.
Right?
A reasonable person should know.
Clinton, if you're gonna do it, we won't stop you.
He's coming here 4 hours.
No, he ain't gonna drive 4 hours. Couple cheeseburgers and fries and a Coke or Pepsi would be great.
Well, we'll see who
nuts.
this is, and then we'll fucking roll, man. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, we hold off on that just a little. We're wanting to go down there and sit and have a meal. No, I appreciate you, Clinton, but I think we want to just go relax and sit and have a meal once this is done, if we can get this done.
Yeah.
Is that person coming in?
Oh yeah, they're still sitting in their car. Okay, they're opening their door now.
Is that
Coming this way.
is that
Calling
Colin?
it in.
I don't know who that is. I guess we'll
find
see.
out here in a second. Let's see. Okay, she's coming in. Coming in.
Can I help you?
Yes, I was sent up here to get a complaint form. I can't see you.
Not supposed to. Just a moment.
No shit.
What'd you get?
Do I just bring it back up here to have signed, or where do I take it to? Do what?
They're giving her the witness statement.
You might want to double check that. It's a witness statement.
That's not a complaint form. I can show you what the complaint form looks like if you want.
Can I have it? Are you still there?
When she said,
Hello?
this is what you get. That's what they said. This is what you get.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't the complaint form usually have complaint wrote on it?
Not necessarily, that's what you get.
But where's the other one?
That's it.
This is all you guys have?
That's all you get.
Damn.
That's not all they have, that's all you're gonna get apparently.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Rude ass motherfuckers, man.
Wow, you're gonna be rude to your own people like that too, huh?
Wasn't that lady at the meeting saying, well, I imagine they'll be straightforward with the Elk County residents.
Right.
They can treat you guys like shit.
Yeah.
I imagine they'll be good to the Elk County.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
lady.
obvious that it's not just us.
Why would you think that about your government, man? Why would you think
Yeah,
that?
there's your proof right there that it's not just out of towners apparently. It's not just people that you deem aren't from here and don't deserve your help. God, we want to go eat.
Yeah. Ask this lady if she's...
Here, I'll carry that. I'll get the camera. Guys, we're gonna go eat. We appreciate your help today. Whatever, I don't know what the hell we're gonna do here. I'm gonna make my own damn complaint form apparently because the Elk County people can't seem to get it done. But that sign right there is a problem, and it's obviously an issue because they weren't willing to do anything about it. And they got another one on the door there. Guys, we'll be back down here again, Suzanne. If you don't want to deal with us, you're going to need to shape up your attitude or just quit. Because we're not going to play these games. So, guys, I appreciate you tuning in today. And if you got your issues with Elk County, man, join us. Join us and come down here and let's get this county straightened out. Let's get this sheriff to understand what's really happening here. Thanks, guys. Have a great afternoon and a great evening. We appreciate you tuning in.